Okay, let's go ahead and get started, everybody. Well, as soon as the screen shows up, hello, Conceptis, you're on. Can you wake up? Let's try that one. There we go. Great start there, Conceptus. Thanks for showing up with me. Welcome back to another Strange Bro Jim stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim. And today, we're going to be getting started with with one of the last puzzles that I'll probably be doing before they do the reset and their weekly reset. We got some Troya mod studying after that. And then we got the Talos Principle later on tonight while we're trying to figure out a whole bunch of puzzles. So, um, so what we got? Well, we've pretty much finished off everything in the on the weekly. You know, did the pick a picks, cross the picks, everything, and pretty much everything in the ledger puzzles. You know, I've already kind of stated my reasons why I don't really do the Sudoku, Kuruku, or the Combi in previous videos. So, you know, if you want to know those reasonings, you can always go back to those videos. Or those live streams, whatever you feel like doing. um, we finished off Philip picks because that was a fairly easy one. Pretty shortly after we did our logic puzzles, and then we did the link picks 2 days in a row. Uh, so that was a bit. Um, that was quite a bit to kind of tackle for the most part. And then we have block picks here, which um, they say is a medium plus. Now, when I look at it, on a, instead of the small screen here, but as the actual puzzle window, here, let me bring it up so everybody can kind of see it. There we go. There's a lot of smaller numbers for the most part in this. And typically, that doesn't seem that hard, but looks can be deceiving. So let's go ahead and take care of all these ones because they are very simple, obviously. And then we will start looking for some of the easier blocks to fill in because there's quite a few that I've seen just by first glance from yesterday. Um, so I don't think I'm gonna really be challenged too much at the very beginning. But like I said, looks can be deceiving. There might be some parts where it's like, okay, well, you have a 50-50 choice. You can either do it this way or you can do it that way. And well, even the most simplest of puzzles can have that 50-50 choice where you have to kind of you know either pick one or the other, and you know it's either right or wrong. So even Minesweeper has that in its game mechanic. So yeah, can't say that um, every single puzzle is free from that particular requirement or um, statistical probability. So okay. So that was pretty much all the ones that I believe I saw for the most part. So now we're gonna go and take care of all the ones that are fairly simple to fill in, like this one right there. This 9 is simple to fill in. This 2 is. Um, 6 we can do up to there, but after that we don't really know. Um, I was talking about this 27 here that I can, basically kind of get all the way to about there. We're gonna kind of knock it back here for the most part because it could either go down 3, could go up 3, or could be, a combination of the two. We don't really know. So, um, 4 is there. Let's see. 2, 3, 3. Oh wait, hold on. Could be down. 2 is 4, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2. Got about that much, but that's about it there that we can do. Got the 9 there. 3, 2, 2. Oh, just those ones. 2 there. 3 there. 2 there. 4. Okay, we got total of 5 over there, so we can do about 2 there. But if we do, yeah, that's all the way to the edge, so yeah, that's about as much as we can do up to that point. For there. There, 2 there. 3 there. Okay, can't be the 3 there. Because this would block off the 8, so it'd have to go down. Okay, 5 could either be there or it could be there. We don't really know. Could be either or, so we have to wait. Okay, 3 has to go there. 2 there. Okay, 5 can't go down, so it has to go across like so, but we don't know if it's 1 or 1, so we got 3 there. We got the 2's here. Okay. The 8. If I do 2 there, that blocks off the 4, so the 2 has to go that way. Don't know whether this 4 is up like that or like that. Don't really know, so can't really do much there. This 3 at least has that. Same with this 3. If I did the 3 across here, that would block off the 4, so it's definitely not there. And the 4 can't go across like this, so at the very least the 3 has one down here, but I would imagine that it would come up. But it depends, you know, this um, could be a blank, you know, spot, you know. So don't really know. I'm not going to confirm that. But this 9 here really has nowhere else to go. So either way, this 3's there, that 3's there. So there we go. This 6 has really nowhere to go. This 2 has nowhere to go. 3's down. 3's crossed. This 4 really has nowhere to go. Same with this 2. This 4 really has nowhere to go. Okay, if I did the 3 across there, this 6 would be, you know, unable to do anything. So it has to go down there, which means this 2's done, that 2's done. So, and this 6 doesn't really have anywhere else to go, so we fill those in, fill those in. I mean, this 6 can basically fill in this fairly nicely, but at the same time, it could do something like this. And I wouldn't really know. Well, I do know because it would block off this 10, so it has to be like that, one way or another. No, I mean there is no other. It has to be like that. No ifs, ands, or buts. All right. All right. This 4 goes up that way at least once. I mean, it could go down like so, and it'd be perfectly fine. Like, it's not necessarily blocking off that 5, so, but I don't know. Like, it could go all the way up here, but not really because it would block off that 6, but maybe it would go up to that point. You know, both could, this could happen as well, so don't really know. So, excuse me. Okay, 12 only has this. Can't do anything more. So, 6 only has that. Let's see, this 4 only has that. That 4 only has that. 2 is that. Okay. If I do 2 there, that blocks off this 12. So, can't do that. So, it has to go there. 12 can't really go all the way out there, so there you go. 8 only has this. There's the 2 there. Yeah, 2 news to share. Sounds good. We got. Okay, this 4 pretty much is there, and that's about it. Not much else we can do about that. 3 can only go down like so. Um, this 10 can't really go there, so it has to basically go there. That's the only way we can go. That 3 only has that then, and the 4 can only do that. 5 can only do that. So there we go. That means this 6 is done. This 5 can go out there, but it could go extend all the way out. Don't really know, but the 2's done. That 2's done. This 3 is done. This 3 is there. 2's there. This 3 is there. Um, hmm. Okay, this 6 can't really go anywhere beyond that, so this 3 is done, this 2 is done. This 5 can't go this way, so now its only option is that. So there's that. Got a call from your basketball coach and training camp starts September 10th. I'm in shape and ready to go. Sounds good, but obviously, you know, uh, you know your limits, and obviously, you have to be careful with your foot, but you're aware of that more than I do, so more than I am, so you know. Okay, this 6 really only has that to go to, and that's about it. We can't really do any more than that, so. Second news, I'd like to hear your opinion. Well, depends on what you have there, bud. I may basically say I have no opinion on it, you know, and you're just gonna have to accept that I might not want to give an opinion. Okay? Okay, let's see. Obviously we can't do anything there. We can do that and break that down, and that looks like it's the only thing that I can do for 18, to be honest. Yeah, that's really the only thing that I can do. So we got 5 here. We got 2, 2, 2. So there's that. 3's out there. 2's there. Um, we could have the 12 up here, but that would block off the 6. So I would imagine that it had to be like so for the 12, which means the 2's are like so. The 6 is like so. This 5 is out here like that, but we don't know where the last part of 5 is. Could be out here, could be back there, don't really know. So the Jersey is telling you and Blackheart about, after endless loop of waiting and um, oh, okay. It finally got to you, huh? Okay. You were saying that you were fearing that you were getting scammed by somebody, so, I basically, you know, was kind of giving you a suggestion to just kind of call the credit card and have them cancel the order for you, or, cancel the payment, because obviously they weren't upholding their end of the bargain. But, but it looks like they finally did, so. Okay, this 3 can't go down, so it has to go on both sides there, which means this 5 can only go there. So that was a pretty easy fix there. 5 could either be there, or it could be like, some version of the horizontal, don't really know. So not much we can do about that. This 5 can't go to the horizontal. We can have 2 down, but we don't really know 100%, so we'll put the 3 up there. So let's see, the 10 can go all the way down, so we'll have to wait on that for the most part. I mean, we could have it go all, it'll like go across like so, but it can go all the way down, so could be either or, we don't really know. Question is, I don't know this actually happening, and now this awkward because eBay message said if I don't come on the 30th, refund will be given to you, and well, UPS said it'd be here on the 29th. Okay. Um, you can contact eBay and say, please hold off on refund. UPS states that it will be delivered tomorrow. Just let them know that, you know, hold off on it for right now. Like give and tell them, maybe give, ask them if they can, postpone that refund for like another 15 days or so. Okay. That way, they're aware that you still haven't gotten it officially yet, but they said that, it's supposed to arrive tomorrow. Okay, let them know about that, that way it will kind of be in, kind of waiting a limbo a little bit more. That's what I would say because, um, because you still haven't gotten the product, right? And if it does come, you know, like think of it this way. Let's say you tell eBay and say like, oh, my product's coming in. You don't have to worry about it. No refund necessary. I'm gonna get it, right? And they say, okay, we're gonna, stop this, and somehow, you have that whole, maybe eBay does this whole, you have to do a refund in a certain amount of time, otherwise we won't give any refunds out because obviously you're lying to us, blah blah blah, right? They might have that kind of a policy. So, where they might have people that are trying to, um, unscrupulous people that are like, hey, I'm going to, get full enjoyment out of like this DVD that came to me, and I'm going to have them refund the money back, but still keep the product or something like that, right? You have some unscrupulous people out there that does crap like that and sucks. Um, but here's the thing. What happens if you do get the jersey tomorrow, and it's FUBAR, okay? You know, if you don't know what FUBAR means, it's fucked up beyond all recognition. Um, or maybe you ordered an extra large and it comes in like a triple small or something like that. Like it comes in and suddenly it's like the size of a child's or baby shirt, and you're like, how is that going to fit me? That kind of thing, right? So then eBay's going to come at you and go, well, you canceled the refund process, so not our fault. Clearly, it falls on you because you said that there's no problem. You know, no, I would contact eBay and say, listen, we still haven't officially gotten it, but we've received word that it's coming. Um, you know, let them know that you know if they can push back the refund date, for now till it comes, and if it does, then you can just contact them and say, we got the product, there's no issues, you know, you can go ahead and cancel. Or if it turns out to be fucked up, um, or the package never actually arrives, you know, or it's some form of like, you know, letter from the company saying, sorry, we're not unable to complete your transaction at this time or some crap like that, then obviously you're going to need to, finish off that refund, right? So that's what I would do. Just let them know, keep them aware, keep them in the loop because it's better than um, them trying to second guess and or you getting basically a free item, which you know let's face it, um, even if you know like that company did take a long time getting that product to you, but they still got it to you. So they should still get, you know, um, in some ways, like, the fact that it took them forever to get it to you, um, doesn't necessarily bode well for that particular company or that particular individual or whatever, you know. It just might have been a person just sending you that jersey, right? Um, so, um, not necessarily a company, right? Um, but, um, you know, like if they can't hold up their end of the bargain, then they don't necessarily deserve the money that they're getting, right? Um, but I mean, if they still got it to you, then you can't necessarily screw them out of payment, right? Um, so yeah, um, just keep eBay in the loop. Let them know that you know um, that they need to to hold on processing the refund right away. So okay, we got the 12 there, we got the 6 there, got the 3. Hmm. Okay, we can't do anything with the 10 like that, so we can do 10 like so, but we don't know whether or not it needs to go up or finish on going down. It can't finish on going down because that blocks off the 6 from getting anything done, so we have to do something like that. So there's that. 6 is like so. Can't really do anything more with that 6. 4 can't go there, but 4 can go like that. So for right now, we're just gonna extend it out like so. Yeah, you know, Blackheart doesn't have anything concerning eBay, so, or at least, he has an equivalent most likely, but, he doesn't have eBay directly, um, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that he would kind of share my statements, I would imagine, so. Okay, this 9 can't go up or down, it can't go left or right, so, and we can't put it up like that, so the only other spot for this 9 is right there, so there's that. This 3 can't go that way, so that's the only option there. This 2 goes out like that, this 2 there, that 2 there. This 4's only option is that, which means those 2 are done, this 3 is done, and that's about it there. 2's done, 2's done, 2's done, 2's done. Okay. Okay, let's see. This 12 only has room for that, and that's about it. Can't do anything more there. 4 is done. 4 is done. 2 is done. 2 is done. 2 is done. Okay. Let's see. 8. Can't go anywhere else except for right there. That 2's done. That 2's done. This 4 can only go up to there. 2's done. 3 can only go to there. Okay, 4 can't go out to there, so it can't go up, so that's the only option for it. 6 can only do this. This 2 can only do that. Um, Star Wars characters doing great, but I need your help write a silly part. Well, I mean, I don't know how well I can give you some comedy tips, but I could try, my friend. My dry humor might be a little off-putting, so he's a Jedi Knight now, and Prince of the planet he helping has crush on him, but my character does not know that to him he thinks they're close friends. How do you think Jedi would react to that? Okay, so typically Jedi are meant to not have any kind of romantic interest whatsoever. You know, they're, if you think about it this way, like George Lucas would kind of think of Jedi like um, very religious, like super popes kind of thing, right? In the sense that they have their full devotion to the Force, and that's it. They don't have anything else. You know, they're they're you know everything that they believe in is in the Force, and they have nothing else. Right? All their you know everything that they are is supposed to kind of go with the Force, and the Force is to them kind of a thing. They really have no other desires, you know, per se, right? So, um, so I think in some ways, I feel like even though um, you know, uh, George has kind of talked about how like having family, having relationships and stuff like that are very dangerous for Jedi and stuff like that. He's still allowed, like back in the Legends, to have, for like Leia to have children, for Luke to have children, um, for other Jedi to have children, kind of a thing. But so you know, it's not uncommon, you know, for a Jedi to get into any form of, romantic or, um, sexual relationships or anything along those lines. But, um, in terms of, you know, I would, uh, let me kind of put it this way. Um, Typically, us guys, we're typically laughed at and poked fun at because sometimes the you know uh, females try to do like very subtle hints that they try to say, hey, I'm interested in you to the guy, right? And the guy will just be completely oblivious to it, right? That's one of the common tropes in anime where the guy is, dense as a rock to like a female advancement, right? Well, think of it this way: Jedi are kind of trained to be, as dense of a rock, I guess you might say. You know, they're basically taught that they should really have no kind of romantic interest whatsoever, right? So, um, so you could probably literally have someone walk up to him and say, "Hey, I want to go out on a date with you," and they're going to be like, "On what do you mean?" Or something like that, right? You know, they can be that dense. so, um, so you can pretty much play off of that if you want to. Um, that they are as dense as a black hole. um, when it comes to relationships, or at least the typical standard Jedi fare kind of thing. Because like I said, um, the um, um, when you go into any form of romantic relationship and stuff like that, you know, there's always that fear. There's always that worry that could happen when you're in a romantic relationship, right? You know, um, a lot of outside fears kind of starts piling on to a character, about their romantic interest. And what happens if the romance is like one way, and suddenly now you have, um, your fear turns to anger, right? That whole Yoda speech, right? You know, um, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, and that typically, leads to the dark side of the equation, right? So that's why more often than not, Jedi's don't have any form of romantic relationships because it's a very dangerous, you know, um, it can be very dangerous. You know, you can have Jedi that will turn, you know, um, that will turn dark because of, their relationship. You know, like either, their partner dies on them, which leads to sadness. Um, uh, you could have that fear of like, oh my gosh, my significant other's in danger. Um, and what happens if that significant other gets hurt or something along those lines? Then it turns into anger, right? Vengeance. You know, so it's one of those things where it's like, um, it could be, um, you know, it could be kind of problematic. So, okay, let's see. This 10 can only go right there. So, there's that. Okay, we got 12 there, so that means we can do about 4 there. And if we do that, that means we can do 2 there. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's about as much as we can do on both sides there. Yeah, and your Jedi probably is going to be thinking along those lines like, hey, this is a really good friend offering, and I'm going to enjoy their company because I enjoy their friendship and stuff like that. I'm going to enjoy a good meal. They're offering, awesome. Probably won't think a second, another, you know, probably won't even get the idea of like, oh my gosh, this person is actually wanting to, you know, have something more than just, wants to have a date kind of a thing. So, yeah. Um, well, here's the thing. Um, Jedi during the Clone Wars were considered to be generals of armies, you know, um, you know, trying to fight the separatists, right? Um, so um, now the the Jedi might look at that and go, okay, this is war, and unfortunately, that fear will come. It just has to happen, right? We're gonna have to kind of deal with the after effects. We're gonna have to kind of deal with the consequences of that afterwards, right? But obviously, Order 66 kind of shut down that need right there, right? Um, but um, the Jedi are meant to be, you know, defenders. Are meant to be the judges. Okay, so um, like for example, think of it this way. Let's say um, let's say your Jedi general captures an entire like city worth of um, separatists, right? Um, and basically he's kind of put in charge. They're put in charge of trying to look through all the soldiers, the civilians, the generals, and so on and so forth to see, um, you know, who should be put in prison, who should be summarily executed, um, that kind of thing, right? Now, um, now, one would think that a Jedi would probably be under the impression for the sanctity of life. Like, they wouldn't necessarily want to go for summary execution. That kind of falls under the Sith preview, per se, right? So, Um, Now, again, I don't, I haven't read a lot of the like the Jedi books or like all the the tenets of Jedi and stuff like that. Um, so I would imagine that they would be along the lines of, um, as a Jedi, pretty much imprison everybody. If they were just kind of soldiers, you know, doing, following orders kind of a thing, then obviously, um, there might be some amount of punishment along those lines, but it would be minor compared to like, like having a general doing, you know, basically barking said orders, right? So say like, they get a city, or they capture a city, right? Pull it from the separatists. They capture a number of generals and lots of soldiers, right? And then they find out that the general was, you know, um, basically starving the civilians just so he could, get all the food in the city. Like they put a blockade around the city. No more food was coming in, so the general was eating all the food and leaving none for anybody else, right? Not even his own soldiers. So, hearing that, you know, what do you think a Jedi would do? Now, if this general was the cause for a number of civilian deaths themselves, then one would think, well, this guy doesn't deserve any right to live beyond that. So, they um, they should lose their life as they've caused suffering onto others, right? But at the same time, a Jedi may look at that and go, we're gonna keep you alive, but we're gonna put you in the worst jail cell ever, and you're gonna live the rest of your life there. Okay? They may kind of keep that person alive, you know, um, because the Force is all about life, right? So, um, you know, although it's more, you know, uh, energetic beings than, than flesh, really. So, um, but I would imagine that they wouldn't necessarily want to give this guy like the privilege of, um, the peace of death, in a sense, right? If I were the Jedi, I'd be like, okay, you're gonna be going into a labor camp where you're gonna spend the rest of your time, you know, atoning for the sins that you caused for others. You're gonna be working on equipment that will benefit, the planet by building mechanical parts for farm equipment or something like that, right? Or something like that, right? Um, that's probably how I would imagine a Jedi would probably react. Again, just my own little like opinion about it. So, um, but like a Jedi would show some amount of compassion while still upholding that rule of law, kind of thing, right? So, um, like if they saw that all the soldiers were being starved, they would basically go, get these soldiers fed. Let's get these guys, um, you know, let's pull out our food reserves. help these guys get their strength back. You know, they were part of the separatist army, so they're gonna need to go into like a um, they're gonna need to serve time for being for being against the republic. Um, or maybe checking the individual to see, like, did they even commit any crimes? Were they, like, someone that was, like, in the like the maintenance part of the army, and they never actually killed anyone? Then it'd be like, okay, well, you can either go home and live out the rest of your life at home and never join the separatist army ever again, or you come and work for us, where we'll give you a job, we'll give you some food, we'll give you some money, and you work for us to take down the separatist army. Um, and obviously keep an eye on the guy so he doesn't necessarily sabotage, but still, it's one of those things where it's like, as a Jedi, they'd be very, um, they'd be very compassionate for, um, for the, soldiers that are like fighting for the separatists, for example. Obviously, droids, reprogram them and have them work, you know, work in a mining facility or something like that, right? That's common procedure for any kind of droid, right? Wipe their memory and have them do something else, right? That's kind of that's kind of how it goes for when it comes to droids. Um, droids are not really considered any form of um, uh, you know, like pure artificial intelligence, even though in some ways they are. But um, like droids don't really have you know they don't really have any kind of like emotions or anything like that. They're not gonna like cry or be upset or anything along those lines, right? So they're not designed that way. So they don't really have any form of you know life to them per se. So they're basically viewed like like any kind of regular tool, you know. So yeah. So you have to kind of um figure what you kind of want to have. Do you want to show him as being outright ruthless? Like putting him into a situation where he, you know, um, you know, uh, like, like, you know, giving him an example for as an example. Let's say your character, he does eventually track down an army and puts them under siege. Okay, no ships in or out. They have no form of major food production, or if they do, it's very small to handle the entire size of the city, right? Um, it's like trying to hold it's like trying to put Coruscant under siege, right? Now, obviously, putting an entire planet under siege is a lot of work, okay? And Coruscant, that's almost impossible. Okay, it's the center of the um, it's the center of the Star Wars, you know, galaxy. You'd have fleet after fleet after fleet of Republic starships coming in to try to break the blockade that's there under Coruscant. There's really no way to even consider uh, putting a blockade around all of Coruscant unless you want the entire galaxy after you. And believe me, you would need to have an entire galaxy's worth of ships to try to put up a blockade around Coruscant. So, um, but let's just say your Jedi puts, an army that he tracked down. They hole up in the city, and you put the city under siege. Now, what will your character do? Okay, you now have the enemy in a city. If you go into the city, you're gonna cause, if you start fighting in the streets, you're gonna have untold, civilian casualties, right? Which is not something a Jedi would want, right? If they were to, um, you know, do they completely cut it off from any kind of food or medical, um, you know, completely? Well, what happens to the civilians? What happens to the folks that are in any form of like hospitals and stuff like that? What happens to them? What does your Jedi do for them, right? Does he does he send in some airdrops into the city saying here's some food for the civilians, right? Here's some medical supplies for the hospitals. You know, does he send in supplies to specific hospitals and say here's supplies for just the hospital? Blah blah blah. Um, Now if he does like a full-on stranglehold of it, like no food, no medicine, no water, no electricity, nothing. And he feels nothing if he hears about civilians just starving in the streets. Then that's very dark, my friend. That's not something that a Jedi would typically go for. Okay. He's actually promoting suffering on others. He's basically kind of promoting the creation of Sith, if you think about it, right? So that is something that a Jedi would not stand for. Okay, that would be injustice. That would be unjust, for a Jedi, right? So you had to kind of figure that out, you know, figure out what your character would do in that kind of a scenario. So, um, um, he would order snipers on every rooftop and order normal clone guards to civilians in hospitals and send stuff. Well, that's the problem. As soon as he starts sending in troops, he's going to have fighting in the streets. And if the city is loyal to the separatists, then you're going to have normal civilians trying to pick up weapons to fight off the clone troopers. What's going to happen then? So there's a lot to kind of consider, you know, when you're in that kind of um, situation. Um, there is a anime that I would recommend if you haven't seen it yet. Okay, and it kind of has this kind of situation in mind, right? And it's That particular episode in question is really, it can get really dark, it can get really nasty. And the anime is, called Tanya the Evil. Um, I think it's called Tanya the Evil. Hold on, let me confirm the name here. The Saga of Tanya the Evil. Well, that's the English translation of it, but um, I think it's the translation is kind of off. They say the Military Chronicles of a Little Girl, I believe, is the you know, is the official translation of it, from what I understand. Um, but if you've never seen that series, it's a good series. I really did enjoy that show. Um, but there's one episode where um, they get into a situation where they had a city under siege, and um, Tanya was basically put in charge of trying to um, handle the situation that was there, and it dealt with a lot. So if you haven't seen it, then I would recommend it. So, but obviously, you know, um, that's just an example. You know, um, that's why it can be um, you know, when it comes to a city siege, you know, sometimes a city siege can be um, some of the darkest moments in history. You know, it's not really that pretty to talk about a city siege. So, and when you have a Jedi that's kind of doing that siege, you're gonna have to try to figure out how does the Jedi handle that amount of negativity, right? So, um, if that happened, you tell troopers set blasters to stun, not kill him, but he show up and with his troopers set the planet summoner ruler. I don't want to start something, so let's talk and make a deal. My character would rather talk it out like normal people than fight 24/7. His goal is to make sure no trooper or anyone gets badly hurt, and that would probably be something that um, a normal Jedi would probably try to do. But I mean, um, you have to also have to figure in the other side of the coin. You know, um, you know, you obviously have your main character, but now you have you potentially might have someone that he's been you know, kind of going after for a long time, potentially, right? Or, he might be going after another general that he's been pursuing or fighting with for a long time on this planet. And he's finally gotten to a point where he's kind of surrounded them. And now, what happens if that general is just like super proud, they don't want to surrender or anything along those lines? they would like literally willing to sacrifice all the civilians in the city before they themselves would surrender. You know what I'm saying? Um, so you have to basically, you know, um, you may need to kind of consider it like a literal, like, Batman versus Joker kind of scenario. So, so that's why you had to kind of be, um, when you're like writing really good characters kind of thing, obviously you want to, if you're writing a like a really good, um, really good character, like really, morally right kind of character, like what a Jedi would kind of be all about and stuff like that, then obviously, you wanna try to, you know, you want to try to give them scenarios where you want to kind of test their morality, right? You want to kind of push those boundaries. Like, what would this Jedi do if they were suddenly faced with this madman of a general or madman of a psychopath that would literally kill all the civilians on in this city just to make sure that they survive, kind of thing. You know, um, and sometimes that could be some really good, good versus evil kind of scenario. So, and sometimes that might turn your particular good character into a gray or maybe even dark character. So yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, um, that would be a pretty, uh, you know, that's something that you'll have to kind of consider there, Kirito, about your characters. So, hey there, Van. Hey there, Overpowered. How you doing? How's your days been? Welcome to the stream. We're gonna go ahead and shut down the Conceptus puzzles portion of the stream, though. I'm gonna save it here. We're gonna try to we're gonna try to finish this tomorrow, during the stream. Um, so, um, so the So tomorrow we're gonna go ahead and finish off the medium plus puzzle tomorrow, um, and then we'll go ahead and work into the um, and hopefully we'll finish it by tomorrow, but there might be that chance where I might not necessarily be able to finish it on stream. Like I said, I normally put this for about an hour or so before I close on down and move on to the next topic, but. Um, so Van, Kirito's writing a lot of like stories themselves, so they were kind of curious as to how to write up certain scenarios and stuff like that. Um, so it's just kind of giving them some potential ideas or things to kind of think about for their main character that they're writing about. Um, so um, I don't know, Kirito, have you been um you've been writing these mostly on your own, right? Or you've only been kind of writing about them in your own personal space, right? You haven't been like putting them up on any kind of like website or anything like that, right? You haven't been kind of posting them publicly? No idea, the cameraman. So, alright. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and switch on over to the we're going to go ahead and switch on over to the next topic that we're going to be covering. We're going to be working on the, um, I'm going to be switching on over to the Terraria mod building or studying of the Terraria mods. So I'm going to go ahead and shut off this video, this recording right now. I'm going to do that. Obviously, I'll be uploading that a little bit later to my YouTube, but for right now, that will just have to be saved for the time being. Um, so we're gonna go ahead and switch on over to that, which means I will need to kind of do like a fish start for a new video for the Terraria mod building. So stay tuned for that. Stay right there if you're watching the live stream. So I'll switch on over um, and then we'll work on the setting up the Terraria mod building in just a second. So stay right there. I will be back. I'm just setting up the next video. Um, so okay, I'll let you guys go. Be right back. And I shall be back for the next portion of the video. Let me get everything set up and prepped and all that jazz. So I shall return in just a few minutes. So be right back. Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Welcome back to the next portion of the stream where I start working on, you know, uh, you know, so I had an idea for a Terraria mod during the gameplay with me and Blackheart for multiplayer. Saw that there really wasn't any kind of mod built for it, so I figured, hey, I'm currently unemployed right at this moment in time. I'm not really making too much use of the coding skills that I have right at this moment in time, so let's look into how to actually make a Terraria mod. So, now, as a little bit of a backdrop for anybody that's kind of interested in that. So The main idea is to, create, just basically a user interface. Nothing, well, too super fancy, I guess you might say. Like I'm not gonna be like creating any kind of like weapons in the tutorial. I'm not gonna be creating like a new NPC or new boss or anything like that. I'm just gonna be creating a user interface. Okay, so a lot of the information here about like angular velocity and stuff like that, not really that big of a deal. I'm not going to be worrying too much about that. Not really interested in that. So, um, but there's still some parts of the idea that I'm still going to need to kind of figure out and work on and see what I can do on building. So, um, figure might as well, try to learn as much as I can, while I have the possibility of, working on it in my own free time. Um, Now, obviously, I don't necessarily have a background in C sharp, so, there's some parts of C sharp that I'm not like fully knowledgeable about. So, um, I do have a little bit of a C background from college, but that's about it, right? Um, so, um, but, last time we kind of stopped off at the intermediate netcode. Again, um, I don't know if there's really a need for me to do um, like sharing of information between different players if I was to do like a multiplayer session. Or if someone brought in the mod and said, "Hey, this is for multiplayer." Um, I don't know if this particular mod will be able to kind of work with that or not, or be able to be passed between the multiplayers, right? Um, basically the idea, is kind of like a tech tree, being able to kind of show what people have discovered. Um, and um, then, you know, it could be an individual based, where it's only that one particular individual has found everything on the tech tree, and the one person might not have anything found out. Who knows? It could be, or the information can be passed between the two. Again, don't really know, and I'm not. Uh, but right now, I feel like it would be easier if it was just based off of the one character, like not passing the information between the characters would be easier to handle than it would trying to be able to like pass information back and forth between multiple characters, right? Or multiple players on a multiplayer server. Um, and obviously, the more characters you have on a multiplayer server, then that requires a lot of transferring of said information to all the players on said server. So, um, so netcode might be kind of problematic if I'm not careful with that, right? So, um, that's something that we'll have to consider later on. Um, uh, so this next part concerning recipes, I don't really see a major need for this, to be honest. Um, because um, well, maybe it does. Maybe it might give me a little bit of an idea as to where I can find information about the recipes, um, like how the guide is able to take in a material and be able to show you everything that that material can build, right? Maybe it might give me a little bit of a an idea about how it goes about doing that bit of information because I may need that to construct, a tech tree, if you will. So, um, so that's all. Something that we'll have to um, um, that we may have to figure out maybe, but you know, at the same time, it's like um, the this is talking about how you're creating a recipe and how it goes about creating what it makes and so on and so forth. Um, and so I mean that's great if you're like trying to make a brand new item or weapon or something or other, right? Equipment. But when it comes to the user interface, this really has no bearing to it whatsoever. I don't really need to worry about any of this code, so we don't need to stress about that. So, um, so in this example, it isn't too bad, but imagine you have 10 or 20 similar items that you'd like to use for your recipe. It would get unmanageable very quickly. That's understandable. To solve this, first we must add a recipe group. To do this in the mod system class by overriding add recipe groups method. Okay, interesting. Um, so we have the potential for full-on groups um, for a particular item, huh? Okay. That might be something that I can potentially use then um, for for the tech tree. Maybe. Again, not 100% sure. Um, okay, so hmm, okay. Um, so it's obviously we have um, adding to recipe groups and stuff like that, but I'd like to see is there a way to pull from said recipe groups or whatnot? Hmm. Uh, this can also be used for cross-mod compatibility. Okay. Um, in some situations, you may want to add your own items to an existing recipe group. Okay. So we may need to look into the recipe groups and see if there's something that um, might be handy there. Like the guide himself might be kind of looking at groups themselves to try to um, to try to figure out. So, okay. I mean, there's nothing, you know, there's nothing inherently wrong for people to get like close to others per se. Um, because obviously you still want to have that, you know, they're still human, or well, not technically in some cases. Um, but you know, some might want to have like um, more of a connection than others, right? You know, connecting with other people, but yeah. Let's see. Um, okay. I mean, we don't necessarily, again, need to worry about conditions. That's not something that we really are caring about. Um, okay. Again, don't really care too much about this information. We're not really caring about, whether or not an item is consumed or not. That's not the point of the UI, so we don't necessarily need to worry about that. Um, so we don't need to worry about that. Um, we don't need to worry about the ordering. So don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about, editing recipes or anything like that. We don't need to worry about that. Don't need to worry about cross-mod recipes. Common errors. Has to go in the mod system class, not your mod item class. Okay, interesting. Um, which makes me kind of curious as to um, do we have anything in particular talking about all the um, different recipes, different recipe groups that we have? I'm not really seeing anything. Hmm. I'll have to potentially look elsewhere for it, I guess. Um, I want to be able to kind of see what groups are already out there, especially if they're vanilla, so that I can potentially, um, so that I can potentially like deal with them or, um, look at them, from, for the user interface. So we'll have to see. Um, but again, nothing that we're like really in major need of for at the moment. So, all right. Saving and loading guide. Obviously, that's probably going to be something that we're going to need to really worry about. So, um, what is tag compound? It's a data format for custom data saved using tmod loader. We use tag compound in mod system, mod item, mod player, mod NPC, global item, global NPC, and mod title entity. If you're familiar with these concepts, thinking of tag compound as a nestable dictionary or JSON comes pretty close. Like a dictionary, we provide string keys and values of any supported type. Please use NBT Explorer to visualize tag components by opening TWLD or TPLR files with it. It can be very helpful to view the data in this manner to verify that data is being saved in a manner that makes sense. Key ideas. Below are some things to keep in mind as you use tag compound. We use tag compound in mod system, mod items, mod player, mod NPC, global item, global NPC, and mod tile entity. You can save data in the save data method and load data in the load data method, except in mod system where we save in save world data and load in load world data instead. Do not store tag compound in fields. They are not intended to exist beyond the loading and saving processes. Okay. Um, all primitive data types are supported as well as byte, int, and list of other supported data types. Usually we use methods like getInt or getBool, but we can use getType for types without specific methods defined. See the tag compound documentary or rely on your IDE's autocomplete to find the method you want. In addition to the types suggested by the method names, ushort, until, ulong, vector2, vector3, item, color, point, rectangle, and entity definition are also supported. Additional support can be implemented by implementing the tag seriable interface and creating a class that inherits the tag serializer or by nesting tag compounds manually. Mm, okay. Let's see, using tag compound that helps modders update mods smoothly. For example, if version 1.0 of a mod saves only A, but version 2.0 saves both A and B, the modder doesn't need to make extra checks validating the value or presence of B in most situations. They only need to do extra effort if B has a non-default value. For example, b is equal to tag.getInt b will return the default value of int if the value does not exist in the tag compound. The default value of int is 0. If 0 is the value the mod would expect for a missing entity, this works out well. If a non-default value is what the mod expects for a missing entity, the following approach can be used. So okay, initialize, you have the quest left is equal to 10, and then when you load in the tag compound of tag, you look for if there's a quest left within said tag, and then you get the int of the quest left and you put it into the quest left. So it could be 10, but it might be less, you know. Without this check, tag int would return 0 if the key did not exist. Designing the variables such that the default values corresponding to expected default values might be useful if you wish to avoid checking contains key. This example used an initialize method in mod player show this concept, but other classes have some methods that are suitable for initializing data. For mod item, for example, initial values is set to set defaults. We don't necessarily need to worry too much about the set defaults per se. I mean, obviously, we'll probably want to do something that, you know, has like um, like an initialize, you know, uh, um, in a sense where, um, you know, we could have something that, um, well, think of it this way, that the way I look at it, we could potentially have a um, you know, we could potentially have a um, a system where we look at one value and, you know, it could have multiple items it could potentially create, or it might have like multiple items that can potentially create itself. Um, Probably not that many, really. Um, but or at least, you know, not as many as what, you know. Well, here, you know, let me kind of demonstrate it, right? So here, let me bring up the tray mod here. Um, uh-oh, where's my cursor? Oh shit. Um, why is my controllers somehow being active right at this moment in time, and it really shouldn't be. God damn it, I hate it when it does this. Okay, there it goes. All right, so let's see. Let me make sure. Yeah, we just have our tester mod there, and I use this boss checklist as a something else, so as a like a reference. So okay, so for example, we talk to our guide here, right? And we say, hey, you know, here's this piece of wood, and it can make a lot of items, from it, right? So, um, so if we think about it like this way, um, you have basically like a tree trunk and a lot of different branches, out from that tree trunk, right? All the possibilities that a single piece of wood can do um, to build from it, right? Now, obviously, there are some things that um, uh, like um, if, for example, like a torch, right? Um, there's again another list of a lot of things that can potentially a torch can make, right? A lot more than a piece of wood, right? But um, but if you look at it, like the torch could have, potentially like different ways of. Well, I mean, we're only seeing, this one, this one torch being, you know, considered for this kind of combination, right? Um, but here's the thing. When you look at it, you see gel and it says any wood, right? So let me kind of demonstrate that a little bit. I need to go to um, like let's go over to the desert over here and get ourselves um, some potential wood here. Did I ever find myself some boots anywhere? I forget. Don't really see anything in there. Don't really see anything in there. Guess not. Okay. Um, so we're gonna go and cut down some palm trees over here. Just so we can kind of demonstrate the fact that that one torch can be made from multiple different recipes, right? So um, so now we have palm wood versus the regular wood, right? So now we come right back here and we can see that you have our regular torch there, and if I put in the palm wood, once again that torch is still there, right? So if I put in a torch, say um for the um um what I would like to see, for the torch being considered on the tech tree in this particular case, is the fact that um not only would it have like a lot of things that it can potentially build, right? As we can see here, a torch can make a lot of different things if we really wanted it to. But we can see that, potentially quite a few things could be used to make a torch. You know, obviously, the gel itself is really the only thing that you can use to make the torch. It's because if you use if you put like the regular wood down, you can see like the paint torch here, you know, it changes the gel out, right? So you're not going to be getting the same kind of torch no matter what kind of gel you use, right? The torch changes based off of, the different gels you gather and use, right? Now, I don't really see anything in terms of like green gels or anything like that. So one would think that, you know, um, you have, gels that are both, blue and green out there potentially, right? So so they're probably both lead to the standard torch, um but I mean that might be something else that might be needing to register on the tech tree, right? So so yeah. Um so there's the whole, you have a lot of potentials on the right hand side and a lot of potentials on the left hand side. So for things on the tech tree that it can kind of expand onto. Um, so what information are we going to be kind of placing? So um, I need to take care of some laundry now that I think about it. So I shall return in just a minute there, folks. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. I shall return in a minute or two. So. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so let's get back into this, shall we? Um, so when it comes to the tech tree, the information that we have here is going to be, um, I would say probably won't have, um, well, I don't know. I don't know what it might, um, like I might need to show, right? Um, because, like the player could have something along the lines of like, hey, don't show, or they might have it set up to where like, don't show any like, of the uh, what it can be made into, or don't show what it was made from, blah blah blah, unless you've actually made it before, right? And so, but at the same time, um, I still may need to kind of show that information, that those kind of connections anyway. Like, hey, this particular item still makes, or this item is a recipe for this item, kind of thing, right? Or be aware of all the recipes for this particular item. Do we show that? Yes or no based off of what the player selects. Um, if it's no, then obviously everything gets hidden. If yes, then we kind of show it, but kind of do it in such a way where it's kind of hidden, or like we put an X through it or something like that to kind of show like, hey, this hasn't been made by you, for example, using this particular item. For example, um, so which would also mean that if anyone was to ever create a recipe or create an item from a recipe, I would have to kind of update that tech tree at that moment in time as well. So that might be, hmm, that might be a lot. Um, Phew. Um, because um, you would have to, like, okay, for example, you know, I'm not going to be able to put code in there letting, um, you know, I'm not going to necessarily be able to put code into like the vanilla code, for example, stating that whenever someone builds from a recipe to update my tech tree, it's going to be really difficult to do that because like other mods um, might not necessarily use that code if you get my meaning, right? Um, so how would I know whether or not something has been made? Hmm. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this might be a little too much. like I don't know if it's going to be something that I can really do like without, trying to get some backup from like the actual Terraria dev themselves or from the Tmodder, devs, try to like get the Tmodder community to go, okay, I'll give you this boolean to let you know if something's been made and what, and then you can use it. You know, Again, I don't know if that's going to be really possible or not. Okay, I'm not really in that modding community yet. Like I haven't really created anything, so I don't necessarily want to put myself, you know, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm part of that community. It's like, well, I haven't actually built anything, so am I? Hmm. Um, some people might say yes, some people might say no. I don't really know. Um, I would say no personally because again, I haven't made anything yet. Um, Even though I'm studying it. Um, but the problem that I have right now is that um, how am I gonna how am I gonna keep the user interface, the tech tree, updated, right? How will I know if someone actually builds something? You know, um, so it's gonna be a little interesting as to how I can keep the tech tree updated, how I can save the information, how I can transfer the information. I mean, there's going to be a lot here from what I can kind of see. So, um, and I'm still not quite sure how the guide knows what all what one particular item can make. You know, how's the guide able to show everything that one item can potentially, you know, be used to make it, like that torch, for example. It had a wide list of items that can be used as a recipe to make a lot of other items from, right? So how am I supposed to know about that information? Where's the guy getting that information from? You know, that would be like one of the key bits of information that I'm going to need to get a hold of, you know, sometime in the future. So, but for right now, we're gonna hold off on that. Obviously, there's still much for us to still learn. So, um, updates date type. Um, if a version update is saved, value changes type, such as from float to int, extra care must be taken to not run into exceptions. Updates the date type details. Okay. Um, Attempting to use tag.int, tag get int key, or tag try get int key out int value. When the value in the tag component for that key is a float, we'll throw an exception. Using a new key will result in existing users losing their data when they update to the latest version of the mod. If unavoidable, the following code shows an example of preserving the old data when the data changes type. Mhm. Um, Obviously, that's going to be interesting if the type changes without like mind knowing, but at the same time, um, like I don't know if I'm really going to be needing to worry about that too much. Um, because I'm not necessarily getting, I'm not necessarily getting like amounts or anything along those lines. I'm just getting the name and, you know, what it is per se than anything else. Like I'm not needing to worry about like getting how many I have in storage or anything along those lines. So don't really need to worry about those. So I don't know. Renaming the class. If a version update, you change the name of the class, such as from world mod system to my down mod system, it gets treated as a new thing, and from the player's perspective, it looks like the data got reset. To make it carry over the old data, you need to add the legacy name, old name of class, attribute above the class. For things like mod item, this has the benefit of not turning the old item into an unloaded item. Here's an example. Um, here's the thing. Will it change? When you're renaming the class, right? Mod world, my world mod system. Will it change the old class or the old data to the new class name after the fact? And therefore, you will never need to worry about legacy name after that fact. Like, like for example, you do one version, with the old, my world mod system, right? You do like, version 1.0 with my world mod system, right? You do 1.1 and you change the name from my world mod system to boss down mod system, and you have the legacy name there and blah blah blah, right? So if you change from 1.0 to 1.1, now it's changing the my world mod system to boss down mod system. So if you do a 1.2, will you still need the legacy name? Because if they've changed from 1.1.0 to 1.1 to 1.2, would it not have changed those, the old classes to the new class names, or will it still remain my world mod system? I'm not sure. Um, they don't really state that. So I think we kind of dealt with that problem before, to be honest. Um, in Calamity, there was one particular item that was the unloaded item for a while. So that's kind of interesting to see. So apparently they changed the class name, but they didn't use the legacy name there. Okay. Initialize. Make sure to initialize values in appropriate methods, constructors, or field initializers. This includes creating data structures and populating them with default values if appropriate. This is because load data will not be called if no tag compound has previously been saved for this entity. For example, always make sure to reset mod system values in mod system clear world. If you don't, data from worlds will cross over into other worlds as the player goes in and out of worlds. Similarly, make sure to do the same in mod player initialize for mod player data. Here's an example. So you're clearing the world. My special bool turns to false. You're learning the data from the tag compound, getting the my special bool from that, and then you're saving said information back into my special bool afterwards. So um, hmm. In the above example, we make sure to set my special bool to false in mod system clear world. If we forgot to do this, the following could happen. Players enter world A. My special bool is set to true because of some event, such as defeating the boss. Players exits world A and enters world B. World B doesn't have the tag compound data yet, so load world data is not called. My special bool is still true um, despite the fact that what my special bool represents has never happened in world B. Always remembers to set values to default values in the appropriate method, constructor, or field initializer. So here are links to various examples and example mod and other mods and order of complexity. Down boss system, example person, trash player, boss checklist. File not found. Oh, wonderful. We'll have to look at that separately, I guess, or at another time. So, um, set a simple example of saving and loading an int variable and save data. We add data to the tag compound provided, and load data. We provided a tag compound name tag and retrieve values from it. We must use the appropriate methods in load that match the data type of the data stored. A common mistake the modders make with tag compound is saving lists of data as individual entities in the tag compound. For example, the following is a bad approach. So we go different stats and add the stats into the tag for stats, one after another, with various numbers on there, that will create, stat 0, stat 1, stat 2, blah, blah, blah. Saving individual entities like this is not how we should be using tag compound. Here's what this approach looks like in MBT Explorer. So yeah, it basically says, hey, we get your stats, we look at, 0, 1, and 2, and we add those stats into our data overall for that. So it's like, okay, not great, right? Um, Tag compound supports lists of compatible data types. Here's a proper approach. So we, add the stats, into the overall tag, and then, we pull the stats from the list back right back out again. So now we have, it's still already in the list as its own, um, we already have like a stats array, and it already has the values in its array, already. So you're just basically saving that, and instead of three entities there, we're just saving one with all of them already saved underneath that just for stats itself. So yeah. And it makes for retrieval of said information a lot easier. Instead of having to, try to, you know, go back through another for loop to try to pull all the, individuals right back out again. and try to place them in the appropriate array slot afterwards, we're just basically ignoring that altogether. We're basically saying we don't need to worry about that. We got, we're just basically saving that array, by itself, or as its own information, So we don't necessarily need to worry about um, saving it individually, right? So if an entry is missing, an empty list rather than null will be returned from get list or get list, get, list. So dictionary example. Saving and loading a dictionary can be done, but take a little effort. One approach is to save the keys and values as lists and then reconstruct the dictionary by using the zip method. This code can be found in test TE scoreboard and example mod. TE scoreboard hasn't been updated to 1.4.4 yet. The latest example is 1.3 code. So you're using dictionary for a string of scores. You have the string, you have your integer. You're saving the information as score names and score values. And then you're then loading the data, with names and values, and then trying to put that back into a scores list again, which, obviously could potentially be a little difficult or a little rough if you're not careful with that, because obviously if you somehow, if you screw it up where you're um, like you're looking through like test scores, right? And suddenly you do like a one-off in some bad fashion or whatnot, where now you're going, hey, I'm going to take all these names and all their respective values, but this time we're instead of looking at the first name, we're going to be looking at the second name, and then you have like a mismatch of names and values, and then it like switches right, goes to the last value, but the first name, for example, that kind of thing. You could have that potential problem right there. Um, so yeah, I can definitely see where that could potentially be a little problematic if you're not careful. So if you're specifically saving a dictionary type keyed by string, there's another approach using a dictionary keyed by string is very typical, so this approach is useful to learn. This approach capitalizes on the fact that tag compound acts like a dictionary keyed by string internally in the first place. So we can save the keys and values directly to the tag compound rather than reconstruct the dictionary later from two separate lists. So, um, save data, um, for you have scores alternate tag compound for each score alternate. We have we're basically saving all uh, these individual tag compounds over and over and over again, based off of the key and their value. Um, into one full tag compound, and then we save, that particular tag compound in for scores alternate, as a name. And then we come right back out, and then we use our, um, we build our array again, or we build our dictionary again, using the key and then the respective value, you know, as we, pull the information from the load data. So both options work, but the resulting data is stored differently. It may be useful to use the alternate approach of indexing by string so that it's easier for a user to modify their save in case anything goes wrong. It is also easier to read and debug issues if stored directly like this. The blue highlighted section is the screenshot below corresponds to the alternate approach, while the yellow section corresponds to the approach saving two separate lists. So, hmm. There's a more complex example of the dictionary. Using zip to do this would be a little hard. So we take alternate approach here rather than store keys and values in lists separately. We construct a list of tag compound, each tag compound in that list representing an entity in the dictionary. This example, don't really have one. Common task for monitors is saving an item. Don't attempt to hack out your own approach by saving the item ID or name of the item and attempting to restore it during load. Item class is natively supported by tag compound. Unloaded items will persist through mods unloading and loading as expected. Custom tag compound example. Don't really have that. Tag serializer and tag serializable examples. Creating a class that inherits from tag serializer or class that implements the tag serializable interfaces. Another approach to simplifying saving and loading custom data to tag compound. We create a tag serializer for classes that are not part of our mod. Implementing tag serializable is preferable for classes defined in our mod. Um, okay. Here's the data saved for this example. Global item optimization, saving data in global item will quickly explode the file size of player and world size. Make sure that to only assign values to the tag compound if there is non-default data to save. For example, if you're tracking how many times an item has been reforged, the reforged count for that item is 0, don't save the value at all. Alright. Makes sense. Um, the name of operator can supply some things, but be careful. Name of documentation, name of operator can help avoid spelling mistakes between load data and save data, between load world data and save world data. If in the mod system class, be careful, however, of refactor renaming variables in your mod. F2 command in Visual Studio. If you rename a mod player variable that is saved using the name of, for example, your mod will lose data when your users update mod. See below, for example, notice how we don't need to write corrupt spread disabled to specify the key, risking a spelling error that would be hard to catch. Okay. Um, okay, so it sounds like it's going to be fairly easy to, um, to save everything um, without too much trouble. You know, seems like you know, we're not necessarily needing to stress about it all that much. along those lines seems fairly reasonable to be able to kind of handle, tags and tag compounds and so on and so forth. So this doesn't seem to be something that I should really stress about. Um, in terms of how to really save the information. The problem that I'm going to have though is what information I should save and how to save it. Or that not necessarily how to save it, but um, what pieces of information should I save? I guess is probably the better um, mindset that I should have, right? Um, so so yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, something that I'll have to um, consider about, when we get into the creation of the, user interface. What information am I storing? What information am I saving? Um, I need to figure out how I can get said information. Um, what information should I show? That kind of thing. So this particular page is probably something that I'm going to be really coming back to quite a bit, you know, because I suspect that I'm going to be needing to use it fairly often, um, on how to save and load and all that kind of jazz. But yeah, okay, that's going to be it for today's, um, Terraria coding session. We're going to go ahead and stop here. We will go ahead and move on to assets tomorrow. So let me go ahead and make a note of that so I don't forget about that. Um, Again, I don't see a need to worry too much about that, but then again, maybe I will. Hard to say. Once again, accessing and loading textures and shaders. Um, I'm probably going to be using a lot of things that have already. Um, I'm probably going to be like reusing um, textures and shaders that have already been like added into the game already. Just kind of reuse some um, vanilla processes or whatnot to kind of give a um, to build, the look of the tech tree for the most part, or at least try to. Um, so um, I don't really see a need to add any like additional like textures or shaders or anything along those lines. I don't see a need for that. But you never know. You never know. I may need to have something special be created, to kind of show like, hey, this is indeed the user interface. Let me like maybe draw like a little border around it or something like that. Like the book for the boss, right? Let me show it to you again. Um, like we go to um, we go here and we look at the boss log, right? This is its own unique user interface, right? Um, built with its own, um, texture and all that. So, um, I don't see a need to make something along those lines myself personally. Um, but you never know. Things could turn out differently, or things might Um, I might want to consider doing something similar to it, maybe. I don't know. But we'll worry about that, later on when we start actually getting into the full-on development, you know. Um, so yeah. But that's going to be it for today's session for the Terraria coding. We're going to move on to the Talos Principle gameplay. So stay tuned if that's what you've been interested. You've been kind of waiting patiently, going, Jim, when are you going to get to the Talos? um, we'll be getting to that in just a minute or so. Just want to thank everybody for stopping by and chatting with me. Kirito, Van, Cameraman, Overpowered, thank you for stopping by and chatting with me during the stream. I appreciate it. Hopefully, if you're still watching, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. If you're still kind of lurking in the background, thank you for being here. For those of you that are just lurking, that's perfectly fine. No worries on that. Um, Thank you for being here. Check out the description for multiple links down there, such as Discord, Patreon, Throne, as well as the application page for Team Robot if you're interested in that. But that's where we're going to go ahead and call the end for this session of the Terraria modding study session. So, um, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you next time. Until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. I'll catch you strangers next time. Stop recording. All right. Now, for those of you that are still here with the stream, I'm going to set up a brand new video like I did before, and we are going to go ahead and get started on Talos Principle. So we're going to get that running, and we're going to get into the gameplay of that. So stay tuned. Um, if you need to get up and grab yourself a snack, drink, or anything along those lines, go ahead and do so. But I shall return in just a few minutes, and we will get into the main gameplay for tonight. So be right back. Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Welcome back. to another Talos Principle. Did it save? Doesn't seem like it. Hold on. I'm trying to update the game title here. There we go. I was about to say, am I going, where is it? Okay. So, we're going to be getting ourselves into another session for the Talos Principle. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim, and so far we've gotten through the majority of A. Here, let me actually get into the main game here and kind of show you where we kind of left off a little bit. If you haven't been kind of keeping up. So as you can see, we're now in, you know, the Egyptian world, but you know, for right now, let's kind of head on back here. You know, we're in World 2 here. We still got a lot to kind of collect on that. We finished off everything in World 1 here. And then, you know, we're in section B right at this moment in time. Working towards, you know, working our way up to allowing ourselves into section A. Now, there's still some parts of section A that, you know, we don't fully know yet. You know, as you can kind of see here, you know, we've cleared through all the, you know, potential levels here. I think that shows, you know, things that you haven't, you know, yeah, it shows that, you know, you haven't completed all of them yet, you know, so I wanted to kind of show the fact that, you know, yes, I have completed all of them. I have got all the pieces from A. The only part that I do not know as of yet, and will most likely become available later, but again, we're not there yet, is there is an area that is currently blocked off by a wood wall. Case in point. So, and you know, obviously we don't have an axe to cut it down or break it or anything along those lines, so but you know, we've already kind of been through here and taken care of these three pieces, so this particular area has already been done as well. So you know, everything has been acquired. You know, all the stars have been acquired, and here, you know, by all accounts, from most that I know, I mean, unless there's some other little hidden gems somewhere in this particular level that I'm not fully aware of, other than this, A is pretty much done, you know. So until I can be able to find, you know, until I can find an axe to come back down here and break open that wall, we'll just have to wait on it for the time being. So, at least, you know, for now. So, we're going to continue on with B, you know, because, you know, they don't want me going up the tower yet. You know, that's not good. We don't want to, you know, they don't want us up this tower, even though technically I could, you know, potentially start. I have a funny feeling that if I don't have all the necessary equipment that both, you know, B and C offer, then I'm probably going to be kind of screwing myself if I try to attempt the tower early. Or, you know, it might be possible, you know. I'm not going to say that it's not totally impossible. You know, like I haven't watched any gameplay of anybody attempting that tower, you know, super early. But I would imagine that if you don't have like the, you know, like the, you know, if you see down in the lower left-hand corner, you know, how I have that, um, the light reflector, the box, and the fan, if you don't have those, then it either becomes completely impossible to go up the tower or becomes really difficult to. I'm gonna assume that it's probably gonna be impossible because you're probably gonna be needing those tools to get past certain things, unless of course, you know, like, you know, some people might try to like glitch through walls or something like that. There's always that possibility, but that's not something that I like doing or dealing with or anything along those lines. So you don't have to worry about that from me. You know, I'm not one of those. You know, I'm not one of those speedrunners. So, if you want to watch a speedrunner do the Talos Principle with like an any percent or something like that, then be my guest. Obviously, there's plenty, and there's probably plenty of people that have already done that. As this is a 10-year-old game, but that's not me. I'm not gonna worry about it myself. So we're gonna move on to stage 2 here. Collect our pieces here. Obviously, you know, we're not gonna have enough to get the this next puzzle here, or you know, the next tool here, right at the moment. You know, just from 2 alone, you know, we can get like this piece here and that piece there to finish off 2 parts of it. But we're gonna need to kind of come on over to this spot over here to get this piece to finish off that symbol. So I might just do that, you know, just to kind of open up that particular tool. So, okay, we have a little memory over here. Let's go grab that.
I keep having these dreams. Great empty cities, silent roads stretching for miles, the Earth from space, all dark. Not a single light to guide me home. But if someone really came from another world, what would the Earth look like to them? A wilderness? A wasteland? I don't think so. Even after thousands of years, they'd see a world shaped by our hand in every aspect of its being. They'd see the cities and the roads, the bridges, the harbors, and they would say, here lived a race of giants. These dreams, they scare me, but they also remind me that we built all of this.
That depends on how long they reach us. Like a million years can be, you know, quite a long time, right? So, like, consider it this way. We typically have to dig into, you know, the ground quite a ways for fossilized remains of dinosaurs, and even then we don't know, you know, everything that might have happened back then. We can only speculate and theorize and stuff like that. You know, we have no definitive record of what happened back then during the dinosaur age, right? You know, now we can, you know, we speculate that, you know, the dinosaurs back then were, you know, much like the animals of today, where, you know, you're talking about predators and herbivores, you know, just kind of, you know, grazing and feeding off each other and stuff like that. Nothing really of any like tangible, you know, known civilizations, you know, like, you know, you know, like here's an example. could the dinosaurs have gotten smart enough to be, basically, have created fire by themselves? Had little, houses of their own or something along those lines, right? We we might not have known. We might not know. Might have actually happened. It's just that those structures might have degraded and just disappeared over time. You know. Um, Now, obviously, it's speculated that the size of the brains of the dinosaurs wouldn't have allowed for that. But how are we supposed to know? Again, it's speculation. We don't know 100%, right? We can only obviously we know of dinosaurs being alive and stuff like that, but you know um, could they have been intelligent? I would imagine that the majority of the scientific community is basically saying nope, not possible. I don't really know. I haven't I personally haven't studied it myself. Like I don't know like every little in-depth information about those ideals and stuff like that. But you know, if for some reason the human race disappears, right? We basically kill ourselves off. A meteor lands and the entire human race goes extinct or something like that, right? Now, million years from now, would our structures still be visible, seen, possible? Or would Mother Nature basically make all traces of humans just disappear over time? Just by, water, mud, fire, floods, the shifting of the plates. Who's to say? But alright, we're gonna go into here for this particular part. So, okay. Okay, we're blocking that right at the moment. Okay, no big deal. We'll go ahead and grab that real quick. Don't really see any tool to open up the doors right at this moment in time, other than this. So, and even then, it's like, okay, well, right now, I can't necessarily do like a combination or anything like that. Like I can't. I mean, I can try to do like hey, I'm going to collect this into one spot just so I can move that. I could try that. And allow for, maybe move this into the next room. We could try to do that. Let's reset that here real quick. There we go. Okay, we have that. Actually. Ew. I don't know if I'm gonna be having enough here to try to handle all this. Let's grab this real quick. Put this for here for the time being. Let's take that. Can't really put it back here at all. So the most that we can do is put it like right there. Problem is that now, like, you know, I'm trying to connect that one to that one, and that's going to be a little harder to do right at this moment in time. Yes. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. Oh wait. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take this and we're going to open up all the doors. We're gonna take this and we're gonna open up this door. Then we're going to take this and open up this door, because there's no way for us to get to this without like another, you know, just by those two alone, it would just be a little too much to try to, you know, create a connection along those lines. So now again, I don't know if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's really anything. Yeah, there's nothing over here that I would need to like really worry about along the lines. Like, I don't necessarily need to put a you know, connector here, you know, having the, you know, red light, you know, be connected to something all the way over here, because it wouldn't necessarily, you know, be able to connect to any of the other puzzle areas. So we really don't need to worry about that too much at this time. Anyway. Alright, so next one will be this one right over here. Yeah. So Okay, so I'm assuming you place this here and it activates the fan. Right. And then of course remove that and put that. There we go. Which will then, you know, fly us over here, which, I mean, both of them pretty much lead to the same exact spot, so not quite sure what the differences between those are going to be. Plus, I'm gonna need to be able to use something to kind of get over into the other area as it is anyway, so if can I use that to, like if I put that and put that there, okay, that still works, so grab that real quick. See anything else in this particular area to kind of get things, you know, if there's like anything special here. I'm not really seeing anything in particular, so you know, I could just kind of do the exact same thing over here, so would have been basically the same result either way. So, okay, well, whatever. Don't really see anything else here. So, and we're all done with that. We don't necessarily need to worry about that part right at the moment, so. Okay, I don't think we, you know, we still got that part there and this part there. We still got the star. Don't really know where the star is going to be at, all told. I would imagine probably around, you know, that area over there. It's probably going to be like hidden in that section, most likely. You know, just for the sheer difficulty of it all. But hard to say. But we're not necessarily needing to worry too much about that right at the moment. So science magic, huh? What it does to us for around 600 years. Its practice for predates the name. There's evidence for Aristotle which indicates two serious mistakes on the way may have employed basic scientific methods to predict the future and confound their benefactors. It concerns a palm reader who was exposed when two wealthy clients compared their readings and found them to be identical. In 1948, the tendency to discover deep personal meaning in vague descriptions delivered theoretically was given a name in the Fourier effect. Today is recognized as all contemporary psychological theory. Okay. Weight loss. Weight loss blog. Latest entry. Oh man, if there's one thing that's good about inevitable death, it's the food. Yeah, baby. I'm gonna have all the horribly unhealthy food in the world. I'm gonna feast on jelly bananas like a crazy monkey on Monkey Christmas. You know those muffins have been so much chocolate they're basically melting? That's gonna be my breakfast. And burgers for lunch. We're gonna have burgers so greasy you could use them to lubricate a whole factory. Yikes! That's a description if I ever heard one. Triple bacon burgers with double cheese, extra onions and mayonnaise and ketchup and mustard and big fat juicy patties. And then oily thick pizza with spicy salami and barbecue sauce and olives and jalapenos and sour cream. Food coma, here I come. Wow. I mean, that is definitely a, you know, hey, if, you know, if there is such a thing as an afterlife, that you can go to and you can basically, eat whatever you want, then yeah, I can totally understand this guy's position. So, fascinated by lovely conversations, Talos Principle, great philosophy, relevance, current situation, suggested name project Talos. Fused, but name seems to have caught on with the team. Tens of thousands of files coming in every hour. Our whole history. Okay. Don't really need to worry about that. We're gonna leave this particular area for now because again I wanted to get that one tool, which means I want to come over here to area 3, get this last bit for the tool for the plus sign there, the plus tool, whatever it is, and then we'll go back to 2 and finish it off. So, all right, so we need the fan, the square, and the reflector there to find everything. So. So the piece is over in this general direction, so, over here. And it's over here. So, quite a lot of little bits of information here, I guess. But, okay, anything interesting here? Doesn't seem like it. Alright. Blown away. Okay. I see. Okay, interesting. Interesting that we have a red selector over here for some reason. Okay, let's see what we got here. Doesn't really look like we have much else per se. We have a beam of light that's kind of going across our across the grid there. Hello, Star. I see where you're at, and most likely that has something to do with the red indicator over here. So where we're gonna be getting the red signal from, don't really know, but we'll have to figure that out a little bit later, I guess. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna put that right there, and then we're gonna step on this, And ta-da! There we go. So now we should be able to go, you know, this, and this, and put that right there. Aw, that's still not working, huh? Okay. Let's see, if I put it right here, would we still kind of, well, probably still wouldn't have like any proper connections right at this moment in time. Yeah. So, but I guess we'll just have to kind of do this. You know. Ta-da! Alright, so that tool is now available. Now, we don't really need anything else in here, I would imagine. So I would imagine that we're probably going to need to have this like right there to open up the red. So on this particular area, where we're getting the signal from, we don't really know, or at least, obviously we're not going to be getting it straight from that direction, so where else are we getting the red signal from, I wonder? Aha! I have a connector right over there. The problem is that even if I was to kind of try to, you know, connect that to this, you know, I wouldn't necessarily be able to get it to the right spot anyway, and that looks more blue than red, so is there any other you know, any other connector that is around here that I can potentially use to connect to a red door? I'm not seeing one right at this moment in time. And it's not like highlighting one either. So this is a bit concerning, because how am I supposed to connect to this if I don't have anything outside here, you know, to connect it to from one of the other sections, right? You know, like over here, obviously that's dealing with the one, you know, the one connector here that's kind of going across and lighting up everything. So, you know, like, you know, how will I be able to see, you know, the right connector over yonder, right? So there's one there. There's one way back here. Again, I don't think I was able to see that from way over in the distance, so. Oh. Ooh, okay. Let's try to make things a little bit easier for it to kind of get to us right at the moment. Ah, damn it. The problem is that there's a lot of room even above that is, but if I do this, aha, there we go. Ta-da! So there we go. Awesome. Got the 1 star here, but you know we got what we needed for the 1 tool. So let me go ahead and close down this section. We come on over here and we get our in the next tool. Let's see. Yeah, not able to do anything there. No. There we go. What exactly this does, we have no idea, but we'll find out soon enough. And tool acquired. Alright. So now we'll come back to 2 and we'll finish off section 2. Alright, so we have this section here. So let's head on over here and take care of this one. Moonshot, huh? Okay. Interesting, the fan is blowing straight up into the air. Okay. Okay, kind of leading towards the outside area, it feels like. Now, the question is, if I put, you know, this here, you know, grab those together, and can I place it there? Nope, apparently not. Okay. What if I do something like that? Oh, okay. Oh. No, that didn't really work now, did it? Okay, I know what I need to do. Let's turn it off. Put that on there. Tag those in there. We put that on top of there, and then we turn it on. Ta-da! There we go. Uh-huh. We have ourselves a new item to get. Interesting. Okay. I don't really see anything else around here, like, you know, connection to the star that's supposed to be around here as well. But we're going to kind of leave that up there because you never know where I might, you know, um, like that could, you know, be used, you know, in our star from another location, potentially. Just saying. Let's go ahead and look at the information here. Here's what I've been wondering while you're off carrying out commandments. You say that consciousness is some kind of functional system, arrange bits of matter in the right order and outsprings sentience. It's all very well on paper, but if what counts is what something does, not what it's made of, then couldn't you and I design a series of tin cans and strings that qualified as being conscious? I'm not sure I'd go that far. What about our computer program? Suppose we built a perfect simulation of the brain, only it was made of transistors, not neurons. Wouldn't that be conscious? Perfect simulation of a brain, but you know, define simulation. You know. Well, I mean, okay. It depends on the definition of conscience, which I do not know the specific definition of conscience. So let me go ahead and, you know, look it up. So, you know, so that we are, um, you know, so we are kind of aware of what it's kind of asking, right? So conscience is aware of and responding to one's surroundings, aka awake. Having knowledge of something, aware, painfully aware of, sensitive to. So, um, the question that I would have, you know, is, if, suppose we build a perfect simulation of the brain. Well, okay, the problem is that you know, the brain might not be aware of its surroundings. So, you know, um, like you can have a brain by itself, but it might not be aware of everything around it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you have, touch, sight, ears to kind of give that brain information about what's surrounding it to give it that consciousness, you know. So, um, and even then, um, but at the same time, if someone was, um, let's say if someone was in a coma, right? You know, they're not using their eyes, they're not using their ears, they're not using taste, they're not using touch, to our knowledge. Um, would you consider that consciousness? Some would say no. So that's what you really think when we save ourselves an awful lot of time if you just admitted that consciousness is whatever very particular idea you've decided you like the sound of and drop all this nonsense about complex systems. No, I'm still committed. Trying to see where you're coming from, but it's no small task. Let me try one more time. Suppose that you're a conscious human being. I know it's a push. Then suppose that I take one of the neurons in your brain and replace it with a tiny machine that works exactly the same. Are you still conscious? Yes. And what if I replace a few more, or a few more, until you're mostly thinking with tiny machines instead of neurons? Are you still conscious? Ah, but you missed the point of you didn't describe the walking, talking, thinking prior. You just said a perfect simulation, which I do not know the parameters of such a simulation. So you be walking, talking, thinking computer, yet you're flat out denied such a thing as possible. I did not. How you can entertain such contradictory ideas in your head all at once is beyond me. Are you sure you won't accept that your picture isn't foolproof?
Do not think I know not the deceiver slithering through the hidden words. His wisdom is hollow and born of despair. Do not let him tangle you in his webs of delusion. Have faith in me, and his petty illusions will fall away like nightmares in the morning's light.
It's the questions and what it's talking about isn't, you know, is failed. It has a, it has a failure to it. So, you know, you know. So that's why it itself is problematic. So, alright. Let's see, we have, you know, 1 star and then the last puzzle piece, which are over here. Well, we have the last puzzle piece. We don't know exactly where the star is, but okay, we got some keys. Good to know. We got a method of blocking off, you know, parts of the wall and stuff like that. So there's where we can seek counsel, but you know, that really doesn't really lead anywhere. Aha! Hi there, guys. Obviously, you guys aren't gonna be, you know, an issue or anything along those lines to me over on this side, so. Okay, so pretty much all we have to work with right at this moment in time is the jammer. And obviously I can't take it beyond the barrier there, and there isn't really anywhere else here that we can kind of, you know, it has to kind of remain in this particular area, you know. So, oh, I see another one right up there too. Okay, good to know. So now I see that there, or actually we can do this there, and we have this one over here that we can then use to open up that door, and we can kind of get the keys over on the other side potentially. So let's go ahead and grab those real quick. There we go. So now we don't necessarily need to worry about, you know, keeping this door open. So we can kind of move that one to something else, like opening up this door over here. Now, obviously, we have another one right over here. And I can then, you know, like maybe open up that part. See if it has anything, you know. We can see if there's anything useful over here for the most part. Okay. This might be a little problematic a bit, because now and we have three we have 3 jammers here right at this moment in time. And obviously, from what I can see, I'm gonna need to kind of go through those doors over there, around here, through that set of doors and that set of doors in order to get to the piece over here, right? So, but the thing is that we really don't have that many, you know, we don't really have a major means of being able to get, like, I can't bring those guys along with me. Obviously, we have that barrier there. That's going to be a problem. So, yeah, let's open up that one right there and see what else we can find. Okay, here's the door. Understandable. Okay. Okay, we're going to be dealing with a little bit of an issue here, I feel like, because we only have 3 jammers right at this point. And like there's going to be like, you know, I could try to, like, you know, maybe jam the drones over there, for example. But that's not necessarily going to be of major help because we still have these gates here that we need to kind of jam open. It's just going to be a little bit of a problem because the drones there. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's get them slightly off center here. So it kind of allows for a lot of space between them, so I can easily kind of, you know, get my way, you know, walk my way through them. I can go down one side, cross on over, and get over to this gate that's going to be over here. So, so first off, we're going to go ahead and open up that. And we're going to do the exact same thing with that jammer there. We're going to take it. And we're going to do the exact same thing with those, you know, with these kind of drones here for the time being. We're going to go ahead and put this there. And then we're going to wait until that guy gets all the way over here. And then we're going to go ahead and take it. And now we have, you know, them kind of crossing and you know, crossing each other, you know, pretty much side by side for the most part. So now, so what I need to do now is just kind of open up that door with this one. Next, what we're going to need to do is oh boy, don't need that one anymore. Oh boy. Oh wait, I know what I need to do. Hold on, I got it. I'm now. Open that. Open up that. now we're going to be kind of closing this one off, but we don't need to worry about that anymore. Because now we'll just open up that, and there we go. Yeesh. There we go. And there we go. All done. Ta-da! Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we still have the 1 star out there that is going to be kind of problematic. That we haven't necessarily found yet. And obviously we don't have any kind of connectors over here or anything along those lines that really like have us, you know, or that will kind of really show what we kind of need to do. Like we don't have a star in here at all, secretly being hidden away, no. I still think that that has something to do with what we need to deal with. Okay, now I know what we're looking for. Oh, blast. Okay. And that's where that comes in. Gotcha. Ooh, wait. If that's the case, then I'm gonna need to have multiple connectors over here, not just this one. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Well, you need to get everything kind of moving a little bit, or we need to kind of grab all the, you know, the connectors. So. One at a time, one at a time. Grab this. Grab that. There's that. Grab that. And we'll put that there. Grab that. I knew this was probably going to be something that I'm going to have to, you know, deal with again at a later time, so there we go. And we got our star. Ta-da! It's like, why would they have it, you know, so high where it's like above the walls for everything else? So you're basically creating your own little you know, connector on top of a building kind of thing. So yeah, okay. Well, don't really need to worry about anything else here. We pretty much solved everything. So let's move on to the next level. So now obviously that, you know, person that's standing with, you know, something above their head, like a little platform above their head, you know, that's not here. We don't have access to that here in B. You know, we don't really see it here in B, and like, you know, it's not needed on any of these levels, right? Like, I don't see the picture of it anywhere on any of these levels, so we don't necessarily need to worry about getting it. You know, it's most likely, most likely it's at C. So, so what we're really in need of is trying to get all the C pieces, which, you know, we have that one there, and that one there to finish off C. So we need pieces from 4 and 5 in order to get to C. So, but, you know, we've finished off 1 and 2, so let's finish off 3 here.
You may wonder why I have created these labyrinths for you.
Not at all.
Why you can reach eternity only through struggle. But have faith, for these trials serve the betterment of your kind.
Oh, really? You don't say. And what kind is that? Alright, progress. Basic skeleton of the simulation is now running on EL. It's not plugged into the AI system yet, but in theory everything is ready. I guess the next step is to test whether the generated scenarios make sense, or do you wait for the iteration module to blah blah. Cyrus. First of all, describes. Surrender his own beliefs into the text, but as blah 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 blah. Okay. And just war. Spanish conquest of the Americas. Yikes. We're going to rule these barbarians and oh jeez. As the inferior Spanish as children are to adults, are to wow, this guy is terrible. For there exists between the two great differences, I might even say, between apes. Oh, wow. Why are you putting this into this game? This is one of the worst messages that I've ever seen. Why are you even considering saving it? Why did the devs feel the need to include that in here? I didn't want to read the rest of that. Just the pure ignorance of it all. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Can't climb or carry an item. Let's see, hold on. Okay. There's a way to get back over here. But it's really like I need a block here in order to get over to the other side, so now, hold on a second. I can still detach the fan. Obviously, I can't take the fan over here, but obviously, if I take that, it turns that off, so I can't necessarily. Oh, but wait, if I put that there, there we go. Okay, and whee! Take that, put that there, there we go. Okay, pretty much done here. I don't really see anything else that we can do in this particular location. I mean, unless there's a hidden star somewhere, but, you know, for the most part, not really seeing much, but, I mean, they really do like to hide things, so, you know, it could be behind a, behind the wall, behind some shadows, you never know. You know, like, could be a path around here, for example, that I might need to take, or, you know, switch, or something along those lines, so. But let's see. But I mean, we do already, we've already gotten the star, so, you know. So it might just be like, hey, just go ahead and get the rest of the equipment, and you'll be fine. So. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So I'm gonna need to, in some ways, block. Can't crouch, so. Or can I crouch? Is there a crouch? I don't think there is a crouch. Hold on. Let me. Let's see. Configure keys. Nope. Okay. Can't move those off for the moment. Can't come in here and kind of pull those away. Interesting. Like, you know, we basically place it like right here, for example, and then, you know, we can kind of have it, you know, get in the way of the laser sight here, you know, but um, you know, problem is that we have to actually find, you know, fan to kind of detach, you know, for the most part. So there we go. That's helpful. Okay, anything else? Can I detach this fan? I can. Awesome. Alright, so we're gonna put one right there. Take you, place it right there. That's not really doing anything now, is it? What about you? There we go. Take that. Don't really need that anymore. Not quite sure what this is for, but... Like, this isn't necessarily going to be interfering with that. You know, like this right here isn't going to work against that. So, and, you know, that right there isn't... Whoa. A little interesting. That's some powerful, powerful wind right there. Well, we have to kind of stop the blue light from being active so we can get past that one, um, you know, that one fan right there, right? So the problem is how. So maybe it has something to do with this in some way. Although again, I'm not quite sure why. Oh, hold on. Block all the way back over here. I suspect that if I have the block like right in front, I put it like right here, right? Take the fan, jump on top, and then see if I can ride this all the way down. Why? I don't know, but we'll find out. Nope. I didn't really do anything. Let's see. Can I do anything here? No. What am I looking for? What am I looking at here? Well, to be honest, I don't really need to worry about the red light anymore, so we can kind of stop that, right? And there's really nothing else over here that we need to kind of worry about. A little weird that we have the ladder here, but there's really no way for us to kind of get into the spot to begin with anyway. Curious. Like, you know, even if I was to kind of hop up here, there's really no way for me to kind of hop over this fence, right? So, you know, same with pretty much anywhere. Unless I can kind of stack these cubes, which, I mean, I don't know why I'm having to, like, worry about that per se, but I can't necessarily jump on top of this, so yeah, let's take this for right now. Down like 2 blocks, you know, like this wouldn't really do anything, right? You know, yeah. We're not really doing anything there. We're not affecting the blue wire, we're not affecting any kind of connector or anything along those lines, so yeah. Hmm. Now, even if I was to, like, you know, put myself on top of this, once again, like, I'm not on top of it when I get over here, so... There's no other connectors around here. And, you know, I can't necessarily move these. So... That's not a very strong fan. Nope. Okay, how do I break the lights on this? Ooh. Kinda wish I can, like, pop that off and, like, aim it up or something like that, but... missing here? No, it's not stacking. I see another cube over there. Although, don't really see a way to potentially get to it right at the moment. What about you? What do I see with you? Not much. You're not really lifting me up very high. I mean, there's obviously, you know, potentially something over there, but again, we don't really know. Actually, hold on. If I was to do something... I would need to try to put that in, and oh, that didn't really work very well now, did it? There's a ladder. Okay, so there has to be some way for me to kind of get over to this side. I mean, it's low enough that maybe I can put... Here, hold on. Maybe... Okay, there's some... I have to get over there somehow. Not quite sure exactly how, though. I was trying to see if there was like maybe some way that I can, you know, put the fan into the, you know, attach the fan while, you know, standing on top of the box and stuff like that, but guess not. But maybe. was trying to see if, like, maybe I can get on top of this and then, you know, hop over to there and then, you know, maybe hop over to here, but no, it's not giving me that that option right at this moment in time. So can't hop on top of here. If I had like if I had like a third block, then maybe I can do like a staircase over here, but that's not necessarily something that I can build right at the moment. I mean, unless I can have it, you know, unless I can have the blocks, you know, stack on top of the fan in some fashion or another. You know, like, hey, can I put fan on top of fan? Nope. Can I put block on top of fan? Nope. So there's something else that I need to do in order to open up that up. Question is, what is it? We have something out here, maybe? And we have our little QR codes over here. But Hey there, Jake. How you doing? Welcome back to the stream. How's your day been? If I was to see, it's like put a block like right there, and then we put that fan there. I mean, technically, I might be able to kind of get in there, but I'm not quite sure exactly why, but we can definitely see. Like, I don't see anything in here that might be like fully beneficial right at this moment in time. So doing pretty good. Mainly just listening to the stream as I play through it, but I'm watching some. Sounds good. All good here. Okay. Yeah, that didn't really do much there. Trying to figure this part out. I wish I knew what I was kind of looking for here. You know, I have to get back there. You know, that much is a given. We've already kind of established that, you know, we have to somehow be able to get back behind this particular wall because I see the pressure plate back there. I see the potential for getting a another block from that pylon right there. And you know, we have this ladder, so you know, obviously there's something here. Not quite sure exactly what though. Question is how to make it back there, and right now I'm not quite sure how. Like, we're not able to build any kind of blocks, you know, like we don't have any kind of land bridge that we can kind of construct, you know, based off of like the fans kind of blowing upwards, so that's not really a thing that we can really do. That you'd finish this game first time? Nope, we only finished a level. There is multiple levels to this, my friend. Let's see. Let's go ahead and pull off this fan that's over here. Don't really need this kind of being a problem. Now, this one was kind of interesting in the fact that it was kind of pushing the block upwards a bit, kind of making it float. But I don't think we had anything else that was kind of doing that, except for this one. But the problem is that even if I was to, like, put both of these together, then we might not necessarily have a means to... Well, maybe. Hold on. Let's go ahead and put this one here. Then we'll put this one over here for the time being. Now let's go ahead and detach that. Like, if I put this fan here, like, okay, you know, sure it blows it over here, but like, initially my thought line was like maybe I could get both of these blocks to kind of ram into each other maybe, but no, it doesn't really work that way. They don't necessarily collide with each other. Hold on a second. I put that one there. Damn it. Even close proximity is enough to have it get blown away a bit. But that one still works. And that one didn't though. missing? There's no like switch that I can activate, like, you know, anywhere around here, to, at least to the best of my knowledge. So I don't really see any like hidden wires or anything along those lines that can kind of show me, like, you know, where I might need to go in order to you know, like turn off a power of some form somewhere. So and I suspect that you know, in order to turn this one off, I have to get back behind here, but you know, I can't seem to get back there using what methods I have at my disposal from the sounds of it. Hold on a second. This might require another form of, you know, trying to get a... Okay, so we're currently blocking this, right? So, now what happens if I was to maybe figure out a way to get, you know, like that somehow connected back to itself in some way, or maybe the blue connected to there, but I mean, I don't have a connector right at this moment in time to like, you know, do a cross beams to kind of stop the blue connector right at the moment. But I might need to leave this particular puzzle and go next door and see if maybe I can get, you know, a form of, you know, some way of like stopping the signal in some fashion or another. Although, again, I don't really have a lot of, you know, wiggle room right at the moment in time to kind of take care of this right at this point, so... kind of wish that I can connect to like those in some fashion or another, but be right back. Sounds good there, Jake. Sounds good. See you in a little bit. Hold on a second. Let's try opening this up again. Maybe there's something else that, you know, could be potentially going on. Oh, okay, we're messing up a little bit. Not enough to decide. There we go. don't think there's really anything that I can do with that up there. There's some way to kind of unlock this wall somehow. There's something else in here that might lead me to where I need to go. Some little hidden passage, maybe? No. 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 Oh. Yes. Okay. What do we got here? Okay. That's weird. What did that do, if anything? I don't see anything different. So there's something, not quite sure what that was all about over there. They seem to have a pathway here. Oh, that is no longer available? Interesting. Now we're completely blocked off from it. So is there some other entrance to what I just did? Somewhere else, maybe? Oh, it might have something to do with that wall again, maybe? Okay, well. Oh, okay. What if we just put the block? How far will it? Ah, okay. Or wait, no. Even if I was to put that there, can't necessarily get back over there, so... Okay, hold on. Let's see what's over here. Can't really get over there. What happens if I go like this and drop? Okay. I was able to get that over here. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. There we go. There's that. And I can't break that. Okay, awesome. Hmm. I mean, I can bring these blocks back, but I mean... don't know really why, or, you know, what I'm gonna need to, you know, use them for. So... that, but I mean, that doesn't necessarily help me out in the long run either on that end. If I was to take this fan over here, does it matter? Like what fan I put in? Will different fans have different reactions? Nope, same distance, okay. Okay, I don't really see anything else here that I can really do or use or mess with. That might be helpful for me on in the other area right at the moment. So I don't see any kind of switches or anything like that right at the moment, so look outside here, see if I can find a way inside the puzzle. Seeing much for the moment. Seem to have an entrance over there, or you know, something kind of hidden behind the wall. Almost as though there's going to be like a passageway back here to where I kind of need to go over on that side. Question is, how do I get over there? I to kind of be able to get over this wall here a little bit to get around the edge, but I don't think there's really any way for me to do that. I don't think they've given me any means to get over the wall. Unless I can, like, you know, phase through the through one of the walls, like it's a fake wall or something like that, then maybe, but so far it's looking like that's a no-go, so I hear a beep beep. Oh wait, it's over. Yeah, okay. Haven't looked at this thing that's over here yet, so. I mean, this isn't really gonna provide too much information, but you know, we'll still kind of get the budding soul and soma there, so. Okay. Alright. That didn't really provide much, or at least, you know, from first glance anyway. Maybe it contains some form of like hidden riddle or something like that. Maybe, but you know, we'll leave it alone for right now. I'm not very good with riddles, so if it does contain one, then I'm gonna have a little bit of difficulty, but you know, obviously there's some ASCII text there, so and I can always look at that if necessary, but checking to see if there's some form of, like, you know, switches behind those guys. See any kind of switches up there. Nothing there, at least not from what I can see anyway. Weird that, you know, this pathway right here was originally open, now it's closed, and it really didn't, like, lead anywhere, you know, other than, like, hey, I was kind of going outside the matrix or something like that. But well, I'm kind of curious as to, you know, I didn't really get a really good, like, look around it per se. So let me reset this and see if it resets that doorway. Can I get back down in there? Yes, I can. Let's see. I can't necessarily grab onto these at all, so I can't really grab onto the lanterns, you know. And nothing there, okay. Obviously, you know, I'm not necessarily meant to be back here, but you know, I want to see if there's something that I can maybe open up, or you know, if there's some form of switch that I can maybe toggle something back here. You know. Minecraft. Okay. Hill here. wasn't really seeing anything down there that would really help me out. Like, okay, you know, sure, we have the stairwell and stuff like that, and, you know, this kind of leads to some very interesting delusions and level breaking stuff, and, you know, obviously it's kind of, you know, part of the lore, you know, in some form of, you know, um, overall, um, you know, form of, you know, being able to kind of see, or, you know, see you know, obviously, you know, I'm kind of like, you know, looking behind the shell kind of thing, right? You know, I'm seeing all the graphic anomalies and stuff like that, and obviously, as you can see, you know, the door's been blocked off. But, you know, that doesn't necessarily help me for anything else right at this moment in time, so... take this. Right there. Take that. Put it there. Take this. Drop it. Let's see. Oh, actually, let's take that. And we will go all the way around. We will blow that block out of there. There we go. Attach all those. And right back where we started. Oh, wait. Maybe. Ah, okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. Whee! Whee! Okay. So here's what I need to do. So I'm going to grab the block, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop up here, which, you know, makes me kind of float a little bit, and then I'm going to put the box right in front of the blue light, which is going to stop the connection, which is going to stop the fan. So, and then what I need to do is, you know, run quickly to kind of get past that fan over there. So that's the plan. So let's go. There we go. Done. And now we can remove that. So there we go. We've been able to kind of, you know, finish that off. you know, so we got the, you know, uh, we were able to get the red piece that's over there. Problem is that there's still this. So there's something else in this area that, you know, we still need to complete. You know, some way of getting back behind this wall here to, um, you know, to see what's, you know, what's behind the scenes over here. And right now, you know, I'm not quite sure how we're going to be doing that right at this moment in time. You know, unless, like, hey, you know, maybe I need to do this again to kind of trigger the wall dropping. No. 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 Seeing if there's some form of like fake wall or something like that, but you know, they don't necessarily, you know, from what I've seen, they don't necessarily do like fake walls per se. They do like visual deceptions, like, you know, hey, this kind of looks like a wall, but in reality it isn't, you know, kind of thing, you know. Hence the reason why, like it's not here, but in the other room that was over here, you know, you know, at first it looked like it was part of the wall, but in reality, you know, there was a stairwell behind it, you know. So, question is whether or not we can find another route, another passageway that can kind of lead behind that area to see what's back there. But from the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be one. I mean, I've gotten everything here. So like, what's back there? You know. You know, what is the purpose of that button right there, for example? You know. You know, obviously we still have our, you know, the ladder there. So I mean, it feels like they intended for us to be back here at one point in time, you know, to get at that button. But I mean, there's no additional star there. So what's going on here? You know, what's up with this? Was it just some part of the puzzle that they were kind of thinking about doing, but they said, nah, let's do something else? And completely forgot that it was still there? It was part of the layout? Seems like bad design if that was the case. You know, you would think that they would have cleaned that up if that was, you know, or something like that. But But I mean, there's no additional star here, so we don't necessarily need to worry about. Like I'm not necessarily missing a star, at least based off of what we've seen anyway. Nothing looks like anything's out of place over here. We don't know what's over here, and by all accounts, I'm not really seeing any kind of pathways that I can take to kind of get over there, so... Unless, like maybe the next tool, the person hanging on a platform, maybe that might be necessary to get over the wall somehow. How or why, I don't really know. But maybe like I can put some handlebars here or something like that that allows me to come and climb on up. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's see. This one was the T. I mean, everything is taken care of, so I want to look it up. I want to see if it's just something that maybe they forgot about. Let's see, B3. Okay, well that's secret tunnel. That's not really. Let's see. It's not really blown away. Let's. What was the name of the puzzle again? Whoosh. In B3 and Whoosh, there's a large area to the left as you enter, but completely walled off. If you use a block to jump higher and look around, you can tell that there's a ladder to get out of this area. Now the star is in another area, so presumably there's a nut. there's nothing there, but I can't shake the feeling you can get there. You have fans pointing in two directions, up and across. It seems like you could use the red fan to push you forward and one to push you up there by launching you over the wall, but I couldn't get it. Anyone else see this? Is it just a teaser? Hmm. Okay. Let's see. That's how you do it. And we're back here. And I can stand on that. For whatever reason, I don't really know. Like, maybe if I go here and do that, I can maybe somehow pick that up, but like, but it's like, okay, well, what's the point of that? You know, that doesn't necessarily help solve the overall puzzle. I mean, granted, I can solve it without this, but I mean, like, you know, that might be helpful for over here a little bit in that, you know, it's high up in the sky right at the moment in time, so you can kind of go, oh, hey, maybe I can, you know, grab that and, and, do it that way, but I mean, it's still same kind of problem for the most part, you know. You know, we still got, you know, a little bit of a connection issue right at the moment, so. Alright, so it's like, okay, well, you know, I'm still kind of dealing with that same. It's the same thing. I mean, I'm not really doing anything that's super different. Although this time, you know, I'm not necessarily, um, you know, I don't necessarily have the block to lift this up a little bit more. I mean, if I did, then probably would have been a little bit easier. Like if I did that, and you know, launched the block over here, then you know, that probably would have helped a little bit. But I mean, not by much. You know, same getting a difference. Obviously, you know, hey, you know, I don't necessarily need to stand on this anymore, but yeah, I don't know. Okay. Bit weird. I was able to solve, you know, that second puzzle for the star without the need to kind of get back there with this. I was kind of thinking that I'd be able to kind of just maybe use this to like grab onto it and or grab the box, you know, to allow for me to maybe stand on um, you know, stand on some other surface or something like that, or maybe, you know, have it in such a way where I can like maybe get up here, or you know, have the two boxes and then one box and then just kind of jump and jump, you know, like much like a staircase, blah blah blah. But yeah, okay, well, guess there really wasn't all that much you know, going on there. So alright, well, I mean, found the solution to get over there, but I mean, it really didn't do anything. You know, like there wasn't any extra, there wasn't a star back there, there wasn't any kind of useful tools or anything. I cannot necessarily get the box for using it through the puzzle or anything like that, so whatever. I don't know. Seems like kind of wasted potential a little bit, but whatever. Alright, well, let's move on to 4. Okay, so this one we have the play sign and you know the play buttons here. So we'll go to these ones first and see what that's all about. We got 2 stars here that we can do. So first off, let's see what this is all about. Okay, we got some new text files. Okay. Um. I mean, I know that these, you know, kind of like journals are kind of meant to for you to see, um, you know, all the, you know, they're kind of meant to like archive, you know, the process of this all and stuff like that, you know, and be, you know, a little bit in terms of like, um, you know, additional lore and the like. But then there's parts where it's you know, like this one here, where it's like, why included it in our list here? So it's one of those things where it's like, it just feels weird that, you know, some of these things is like, okay, you know, um, on one hand, it's like, okay, well, you're talking about like, you know, the endeavors that, you know, scientists had to do in order to kind of progress through the game, but at the same time, you're you're kind of putting um some extra text in there that it's like, this is not great. So, what the heck? Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay. So if I was to do this, I'm just gonna wait a long, long time. Obviously, I can't go further than that, so... So that should power down this, right? So we don't need to worry about, you know... Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So... Spend a long time here, so there we go. Successfully engage in co-op mode with yourself. Okay. Yeah, not necessarily co-op mode. Okay, an interesting process. Let's go and grab the other, you know, the other green piece here. So, and then once again, we're dealing with another, um, okay. This is going to be a little interesting because, like, even if I was to, okay, I see what it's all about. So I stand on here to open up this doorway, then I go over to this one to open up the other doorway. Gotcha. So we're gonna do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we'll go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we'll play that. There we go. And then we'll wait for our guy to go over to the next one, and there we go. Okay, don't really see anything else. Now, here's a question. If I do this, okay. It basically shuts it off. Okay, I was wondering if there was a way for me to kind of go to other areas with the recording, but apparently not. Not only does it automatically shut it off, but there's no recording saved, I guess you might say, so... Interesting.
DNA is information transmitted across time. The living and the dead are part of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species. But humanity has taken this bond further. Thanks to technology, we have access to the thoughts and ideas of people whose physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain. You have the capacity to remember.
Looking around a little bit. I want to go and get to the I want to get to the other grain piece to open up C before I continue on with the rest of the puzzles here on this particular level. So. The Sphinx and the stupidity of man. All pretty much wrapped up into one little nugget, you might say. Sphinx, fantastic structure, you know, built by the Egyptians, looks, you know, immaculate. And then you have the idiot Napoleon using it for target practice, blowing off its nose. Alright, okay, let's head on out. Let's go and, you know, grab our, yeah, we'll go to stage 5 here. We'll get our last CP, you know, the C piece here. And then, well, that's not great. How am I supposed to get that? That's something that I can easily climb there, guys. So obviously I need to give myself a fan so that I can just kind of blow myself up to the top there. So yeah, okay. Let's go and get the LP still. There it is. Slightly elevated sigil. You don't say. Okay, first off, grab that. Put this right here for the time being. We'll grab this. Outside there for right now. Let's look around, see if there's anything a little sneaky or, you know, if they hid something behind the bushes or something like that. Nope, don't really see much. Okay. So let's see. If I do that, can I potentially do something like this as well? Like, I don't know. Oh, okay, well that got... Actually, hold on. Okay, I can put it on to there, but it's not going to stay in place, so that's probably why we want this there, and then we'll put this, this, and this as all potential connections. Then we'll set this up on top of there. Then obviously, you know, we're not really getting anywhere with that light, so technically we can just do that and see what happens. Now, oh, okay, well, we can't seem to connect it all the way over here right at this moment in time. Close, but no cigar. But what we can do, now that we've pretty much have this powering up everything that we kind of needed to power up anyway. Let's see, let me make sure that there's no other, you know, things that we can do here. We can just grab that, we can grab that, and then we'll just put it right there, and there we go. And C is done. So we can technically open up C now. I'm just checking to see if there's anything else here that might be of, you know, use, or if there's like something else here that I might need to be aware of. Not really seeing much. Now, that right there could potentially be used all the way over on that tower over there. Matter of fact, now that I think about it, actually, I don't know if I see. I do that. Grab this real quick. Then let's see. Let's. Oh wait, hold on. Turn that off. Okay. Okay. We'll do that, and we'll do that. Wait a second. Hold on. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, I want to be able to. What I'm trying to do right at this moment in time is I'm trying to see if I can get. Oh wait. I don't know if this is the right angle. Hold on. And even then, even if I was to put it there, it would probably hit the wall. So, yeah, okay. Most likely, I'll need to go over here to get the blue connection to activate. Although, I don't really see. Anything here at all. Oh, here's a question. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. Is there a ladder here that I can use to get over the wall? No. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do something like this. Do something like that. Take that. And that off. Come right on over here. Do a long time on this because I want this to kind of stay in place for a long while. Nope. Take that. And then let's see, anything else? Nope. Okay. Oh wait. Hold on. Take that. I still need to kind of get out of here, so. Good thing I took a long time on waiting there. Oh, well, I was being stupid because there's another gate that opened up there. Oh well. Okay, well, that's kind of unfortunate because there's no, you know, blue power button over here to power up that, so, curious. Alright, well, we got our C piece, so let's go ahead and unlock the C arena. Okay, run all the way across. Whee! Okay. There we go. Throw those in. There we go. And now we got the seed level.
You have come far, my child, succeeding where so many before you failed. You have walked through a land of ruins and a land of death. Now the land of faith lies before you.
Yikes.
And know that as you have shown faith in me, so do I have faith in you.
Enter the land of faith. Lots of red pieces, obviously. So this is obviously going to be a really rough level overall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here's that. What exactly we're going to be using that for, don't really know, but...
You stand before the gates of eternity. When all your trials have been overcome, the gates will open and you will be granted life everlasting.
Okay. Seven levels like before, and then of course we got this right here that is also another black path. Oh. Uh-huh.
Those who have discovered the holiest mysteries of my garden may come to serve me as blessed messengers. You walk now in their abode. Be respectful, for their service is born from the love that transcends death. And their love is for you also.
Uh-huh. And suddenly I'm in a PvP. We don't have those pieces yet. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Good. Yeah, several of these apparently. We have some power outlets here. Okay. Okay. I see what's going on here, it feels like. Although, again, there's a lot of pieces, so Seems like we got ourselves quite a lot to still do in this particular game. And obviously, you know, we'll need, you know, both of those particular igloos open. And I'm assuming there's some connectors over there that will allow for us to kind of connect to these two here. That will allow for us to kind of enter here. So, now what's inside here, who knows, right? So, let's see. I don't think there's really any way for me to kind of get up to the up there, but I do see a path over here that I'm kind of curious about. What's over here, I wonder? Okay. Don't really see much else here. So I'm kind of curious. If I do, whee, you know, just run straight. Yep. I was kind of wondering about that. Now, obviously, if I walked off, you know, a side edge. Ah! But okay. But here's the thing. With the axe, now that I have access to it, there's a couple of boards out there that I want to kind of break. First off, there we go. Now, I don't think there was any other boards, like, I don't think there was anything over here that I needed to break, per se. Yeah. So, obviously, you know, right now I don't necessarily know of any other boards that I need to break, but obviously I needed to break that one in order to allow for the connection going from, you know, that generator right there over to the blue door that was over there for some additional details. Then we are going to go over to A here real quick. Now, I don't know whether or not these boards are gonna, you know, are they permanently gone? Like if I start, or if I close on down and start right back up again, will it, you know, will the boards be right back up again? I don't really know. But I want to kind of break open these, you know, boards. Don't necessarily want to go in there right now because I don't necessarily want to go all the way back to C in order to collect the axe again. You know, but I'm hoping that the board break here and there in A and C will remain, you know, as well as the tower there. Um, you know, after I close down the game and come back later. So, I you know, I entered the boat at sea, and it appears there's a lot of pieces that are, that, um, you know, I can still kind of collect upon. Oh, come on, break. There we go. But again, you know, I'm not 100% sure, right? You know, are these, you know, are A, B, and C all just kind of pathways to the same place? Um, that would be a little weird, but I mean, um, I wouldn't be too surprised if that, you know, if that happened. Now, if it led to different areas, then I mean, we'll see. I'm gonna head back to A, seeing that that's basically the same, and you know, the first location. The you know, uh, by all accounts, um, and I want to see if it basically leads to the exact same spot. You know, or are we going to be going to a different area? It appears we're going to be going to a different area. This is a different location. Again, we're seeing a lot of these. Oh wait, I can actually grab them right now. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay, so I can essentially unlock these right now. Ooh, okay. I thought those were puzzles that I needed to actually, you know, potentially solve in the future. You know, not that, you know, these pieces were already like, you know, ready to be placed. So interesting, interesting. So getting on over there. Oh, that's interesting. We got ourselves a fan over there. If I stand on this, will that stop? Or is that just automatically on all the time to just kind of get you back here? Hard to say. A little bit of a memory spot.
If you're looking through the archive, you may find people from my time claiming that civilization doesn't really matter, that we'd be better off dead. We have a lot of cynics like that. I hope they seem as absurd to you as they do to me. I hope you can find something in all those files, a song, a book, a movie, maybe a game, just something that you'll love, that makes you realize how much poorer the universe would have been without it. I really hope so, because a lot of people made a lot of sacrifices to preserve it all.
Alright. You know what? Let's see if we can solve this before we call it a night here. Can't really do it this way. That doesn't work. Okay, let's see. That's one igloo gone. Next one. That won't really work, now will it? Here we go. That took a while. Okay. Put this right there for right now. I'll just say that's the one that we'll use to power up the fan. boy, this is rough. Um, Ah. I do that. Ah, fuck. Ah! Damn it. Same angle, so damn it. I'm messing up really bad on this one. Once again, it's like, you know, I need like 3 of these. Ah! Can't do that either. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work either. There's too much here. Like I can't necessarily do something like that, so. lot of people are probably screaming at me right about now, going, "No, you need to put it that way. You need to put it this way," you know, kind of thing. I'm pretty sure. If you're like watching right at the moment in time, you're like lurking in the background. There we are. Ah, finally. Alright. Let's see, how many more? We just need to do one more. And this island will be unlocked. Here we go. I'm just putting these next to each other. I know that probably won't work, but still. There we are. I don't know why that one was easier than the other one, but whatever. Okay. So, we got our, um, you know, we got our one point of contact over there. You know, I can't seem to select. There we go. But, you know, that's not gonna go anywhere. But we'll put that there. Grab this and whee! And then we'll take that. We'll throw it over to there and bam. All right. Now let's see, what else is around here? Anything else? Okay. Nothing really over there. Gotcha. Okay. Obviously, we got another area over there. Okay, not sure why we have that there, but anything else inside here? I know there was a kind of a puzzle inside. I know about it. I'm just looking around a little bit, exploring around, because there might be like other little hidden gems or something like that around, so. Hmm. Okay. And what is this supposed to do? I can't seem, I don't know what I can do to kind of click on, like there's like a little question mark and a one right in the center of my, well, not center of my screen, but, you know, like I push one and that's not really doing anything. Same with that one. So that's not really doing anything. So what am I needing to do here? Hmm. What am I missing here? Okay, I don't know what the question mark is all about. I'm pushing one and that's not really doing anything. I can't seem to get like a cursor to like click on it. So let me look it up. Let me see what the heck is going on there. Um, okay. One of three messengers players can encounter in Talos Principle. That's fine, but doesn't tell me what. Farmers and puzzles. I guess through the last door before messenger. Another messenger set himself on. As well. Okay, but again, that doesn't tell me anything. What is with the question mark in the center? What is the question mark icon? that's it. Okay, I get it. Okay. Well, that's not really going to be very useful. Okay, so apparently, now that I've unlocked one of the three messengers, I have that question mark down at the very bottom. And, I'm like, what the hell is that all about? Because they're not telling me anything right at this moment in time. They're making it very confusing, very, you know, I don't know what it's there for. They're not telling me what it's there for. It's very cryptic as to its, what I can do with it or anything along those lines. They're not telling me anything about it. So, by all accounts, this is bad design, in my opinion, because it's not telling me what it's all about. You're not telling me what this does, what it's used for, what I need it for. Nothing, you know. Um, so apparently, if I go over to like one of these, one of the offerings, I can then kind of put up a, like a question mark kind of thing, and that basically tells, one of these messengers to go and try to help me out in some way or another. How? I don't know. But apparently that's what these things are all about. I come to this areas, I unlock one of the three messengers that are available. We've unlocked one in A, there's one in B, there's one in C. And I can unlock three of them and be able to answer my question, get questions answered um, in, red sigils. So here, let me come over here. Let me leave this area. Because it's still on my screen. Personally, I find it kind of annoying to have it there without any kind of explanation whatsoever. Um, like the red icons, the star icons, that's useful for later on. I can use it for, other, um, I can use it for other, like, parts of the puzzle or something like that. I can use it for, um, other objectives and the like, okay? That up above is fairly easy to understand. Down in the lower left-hand corner, that's fairly easy to understand. That's my tools. Down in the bottom middle, I have no fucking idea what that's all about. Plus, the one doesn't give me anything or doesn't tell me anything. So, here, let me find a spot with a like a red brick. So, like, here, let me go to this one here.
You have
And
solved many of the mysteries of this land.
no shit.
The road before you is still long and many gates remain closed. But take comfort in your accomplishment and in your creator's pride.
So for example, you know, I go here, right? And there is the little offerings area that is right over here. So I can, you know, use my question mark right here and now, which I will not do because I don't necessarily want to use it right now. And it will come and try to help me for somehow. How, I don't really know. At first I was thinking that that was some form of message to anybody that has actually played the game and beaten the game or something like that. Or at least that's what I thought it was, because I was able to interact with it before and, you know, had nothing happen afterwards, right? Um, so, you know, one would think that, hey, maybe, you know, like what they should have done, you know, initially was you have not, you know, it should have told me that at the very, you know, first time that I sought counsel, they probably should have said you have yet to find a messenger or something along those lines. You know, some little bit of tidbit information, something or other, that told me what that question mark is all about, or something along those lines. Ay, ay. Okay, well, now that I looked it up online, because this game is, this game does not have very much in terms of what it, like, outright tells you. Okay? And, um, again, I kind of put that under bad game design. You know? You're not telling me what this question mark is all about. At all. You know, with the one there, you're kind of, you know, this looks like a standard, um, you know, typically that's like where you're, you know, if you look at, like, say, you know, World of Warcraft, for example, right? You have that bar down at the very bottom of your screen that you can just kind of toggle between your weapons or your spells or something like that. You're pushing your one to select it. That's what it looks like to me. You know, because it says nothing else. You know, like you know, one would think like, hey, if I hit one, maybe the messenger will appear before me and say, you know, what questions do you seek, or something like that, anything like that, anything to kind of give me something that I can use, you know, some little hints, something more than nothing. So, you know, don't get me wrong, you know, there's parts of this game where I'm like going, okay, this is interesting. You know, the puzzles can be challenging. Nothing wrong with that. The little hidden areas are questionable and in some regards outright confusing. But um, you know, lots of red herrings. You know, um, in some ways, you know, kind of wish that there weren't as many red herrings as there actually are, but, you know, it is what it is. But I mean, you know, they're trying to sow confusion in you, and it's like, okay, well, personally, I would have preferred if you didn't, but, you know, That's me. And then of course there's the outright, like, you know, like not giving you anything, like the question mark, like the QR code, you know, and it's like, hey, what happens if a person doesn't have the QR code reader? Like at all. You know, maybe it's a little kid and they're trying to figure out like how to solve that, you know, that star puzzle. And you're not giving them tools that they need in order to play the game. You know, you're not talking about, you know, what it is you're showing on the screen. You know, um, uh, so you know, let me put it this way. Back in the day, when you know, first got a brand new game, right? Um, typically, you know, the uh, um, you know, way back in the day when like consoles were first coming up, you know, becoming mainstream and stuff like that, right? Um, um, you know, Nintendo, Super Nintendos, and all that kind of jazz, right? You get the, you know, you get the cartridge, and you know what comes with the cartridge? Typically a guidebook, something that kind of tells you the controls of it all, right? And even then, when it tells you, you know, these are the buttons that you need to push in order to kind of, you know, maneuver around and whatnot, right? They don't tell you everything, you know. Um, and some of it is trial and error, where it's like, you know, hey, you fall down a pit, you die. Oh well, there you go. You gotta make sure not to fall down pits again, right? Um, this I have no idea. There's no guide for me at all concerning that little question mark thing down there. There's no information on screen to tell me what it's all about. There's no guidebook for me to use. There's nothing. I suddenly have a question mark there. So, by all intents and purposes, that is, by, you know, you know, by all accounts, bad design. You know, you're not telling the player what it is. So, there's parts where it's like, okay, you're great. You know, the puzzles are great. The text files are confusing. Why you have? I mean, you're trying to build a story, granted, but there are some very questionable text files. Like, why would you put this one then? What's the purpose of this? This is probably one of the worst documents that you could ever like put into this game. So what's the purpose of this? I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna see if anybody is talking about that at all. I'm looking up the document in the wiki, and there's a couple of comments in there, a comment and a reply. But again, it just kind of leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. So, you know, I don't know. Just why? Just why? Why include such a document in here? You know, leave it to the history books how ignorant people have been in the past. Yeah, I don't know. I it, there's parts where it's like, okay, well, um, we'll go ahead and call it at this point. Um, um, on one hand, good puzzles. You know, there is that, mystery about it, which is kind of propelling me forward in terms of the overall storyline. To see, is there, what more will be there. Um, so I mean, there's that. I'm not saying that that's bad. I do appreciate the mystery of it all, the sense of trying to find the answers um, to not only the puzzles, but to kind of figure out you know, um, what basically created this, you know, Talos Principle. Who you are. Are you some person placed in a suspended animation, and you're kind of controlling this machine going through these puzzles to kind of keep your brain active or something along those lines. Um, are we dealing with a Matrix situation where, you know, all the humans are pretty much, you know, kept to power up this whole facility? This, you know, visual center or whatnot? Or is it, or is there something else? You know, um, who's to say? I'm not gonna speculate too much about what could be there, because my guesses could be completely off base, right? Um, but there's just parts where it's like, hmm, why did they do it that way? Why did they include it? Why didn't they have some why did they have feel the need to use a QR reader? What was the purpose of that? Why even bother with it? What was the reasoning behind using a document with very um, where basically the author is talking about how you're talking about how Native Americans and women are savages and beneath men. It's like, oh my god, stupid, absolutely fucking stupid. It's like, oh god. Um, what's the purpose of putting that in a game like this? You know, if the game is meant to be, some form of enlightenment and whatnot, then a document like that should have been like thrown in the trash, like kept in the history books and left there. You know, just put it in the archive, leave it in the archive, never reference it whatsoever in any of those documents that are being shown because it's useless. It's a useless document. It's you know, if anything, they probably could have used any other um, you know, statement or phrase or something to try to, convey the message that they wanted to convey in a better light than what they did. Um, so I have no idea what the hell the devs were thinking about by including that kind of trash. So, um, I don't know. That's just that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. So, um, So on one hand, there's some great parts, and on the other hand, there's some not so great parts. And so right now I'm kind of like neutral. It's like, okay, puzzles are great, solving them are great, blah blah blah. But at the same time, there's parts where it's like, okay, are you trying to be, you know, um, beyond cryptic? I don't know. Well, that's gonna be it for tonight. So we're gonna go and close on down. Tomorrow we got um, Honkai Star Rail, so look forward to that. We have um, we'll see about trying to fit and finish off the last part of the puzzle, Conceptus, and then we'll be continuing our Terraria mod review, studying, and the like. So hopefully you'll join me tomorrow for that. I want to thank Jake and Kirito and Van and Cameraman and Overpowered for stopping in by and chatting with me. Hopefully you all had a good time. Um, hopefully you enjoyed it. But that's going to be it for tonight. So thank you very much for watching. Oh, almost forgot. If you're watching this later on YouTube, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Um, check out the rest of my playlists for games and coding and the like. Check out the description for multiple links: Discord, Patreon, um, Throne. I got my uh, stream team, Team Robot, down there. Um, and all the other members. So go show them some support. But yeah, that's it. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I catch you next time. Until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.